Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Everyone have a good weekend? Working, I suppose?
We tried.
All right. I'm told that the jury is all here. Who is the first witness for the state this morning?
Norma Jean Towers, Judge.
Okay. So Bell is not up yet. When is Bell testifying?
She's our next witness after that, Judge. I told her to be here at 10:15 for her testimony.
Okay. So how long do you think Towers is going to take? Over an hour or so?
I believe so, Judge.
Okay. Well, let's talk. It sounds like there may be a disagreement. There was a request from the defense to redepose Miss Bell. Received a email this weekend, and the basis for their request was that Miss Bell had done a new search on February 23rd of 2023 that expanded the parameters from 1:41 a.m. through 2:11 a.m. From 2:01 a.m. through 2:11 a.m. to now 1:41 a.m. through 2:11 a.m. and uncovered additional information in that wider search. Is that correct, Mr. Grant?
I think, yes.
I mean, that's what your email said.
Right. Well, I'm trying to, that's what we understand. And,
Okay.
and so that's one of the things we want to question her about.
All right. Now,
And I'm sorry, if I may, I apologize. For some reason, I thought I had included your judicial assistant on the email originally, but we didn't.
it's all right. I got the email, and then I forwarded it to my assistant to respond to you all, which was, if that's true, I'm inclined to allow them to depose prior to her testimony. But the response from the state is not necessarily that that's not true, but the state would explain further in court. I also have highlighted on here that when Mr. Grant and Mr. Escobar redeposed Miss Bell in mid-November of 2022, she testified in that depo that while she had done additional keyword searches requested by the state attorney's office, that they provided no results of evidentiary value. But what the defense is now contending is that Miss Bell did an additional search in February 23rd of 2023, which is after the deposition, and they're contending that she uncovered additional information. But the state is asserting that that is not true. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you said that you could explain further in court. So why shouldn't I allow them an opportunity to redepose Miss Bell simply on the issue of the expanded search and nothing else?
Because there's no new evidence. So to give the court some background on all of this, in 2013, the defendant's computer was downloaded.
2013 is the download.
And I'm going to go through the lengthy history because it becomes relevant. 2013, the defendant's computer is downloaded. When that computer is downloaded, the entire hard drive is mirrored. So there is a complete copy of the entire hard drive.
And this is done by FDLE?
This is done by FDLE in 2013.
Okay.
That information, that is the mirror image of the hard drive, is stored in a software, a program. For sake of making it more easy to understand, it's like an app, an application that would open the data file. That application used in 2013 is different than an application that was available in 2020. Because of that, the state had that same data, so that same mirrored hard drive from 2013 put into Axiom, which is an app that was available in 2020. The difference between those two applications, is just user ease. So in the original 2013 file, if we wanted anything researched, investigated, we would have to go back to FDL and say, hey, can you look this up? In 2020, Axiom became a user-friendly product where I can search those things. So when FDLE gives us that mirrored hard drive, it is uploaded into Axiom. Axiom then creates the ability for anyone to go in and search for things. You can search it either through different formats. It can be looking at just photos or putting things in a timeline, or you can specifically go in and search keywords.
Okay.
So in 2020, all of that was provided to defense. So in 2013 as well as 2020, prior to the first trial, both formats of that same mirrored hard drive were provided to defense.
Okay.
The only difference in what was provided to defense in 2020 before the trial and after the trial dealt exclusively with the hotspot.
Okay.
So Ms. Gowdy did a deposition of Ms. Bell prior to the first trial. Mr. Escobar,
Was that the 2014, or was there another one?
I don't know the exact date of that. I know that there had been a deposition on the full mirrored hard drive.
If I can interject, the answer to your question is yes. That was done on 7/17 of 2014.
But 2014 was before Axiom, so Gowdy's depo was prior to Axiom.
Her depo was prior to Axiom, but here's the difference, Judge. The data is all the same. That's what I come back to, is the data is all the same. It's whether you're looking at it through a different application and how user-friendly that becomes. So in 2020, when Axiom was used, that information was also provided to defense. So defense could search, if they chose to, and go through the mirrored hard drive in the same exact way that the state can.
So they had Axiom.
They had that. They had all of that.
And when were they provided that?
It would have been before. I can. Do we have the full discovery file? We brought over the discovery file so we can give exact dates. But I ensured when I took over this witness that I went back and looked at the discovery file to make sure that both versions, the 2013 as well as the 2020 version of the mirrored hard drive, had been provided because of the change of Axiom being the program that was used. I wanted to make sure that defense had the ability to search through that in the same way that we were able to.
Okay, so prior to their redeposing Bell, which apparently took place mid-November of 2022, they were provided Axiom and the mirrored hard drive.
Yes.
Okay.
So in November of 2022, defense conducted a deposition of Ms. Bell on the new information, which was the hotspot. That was the new information from the previous trial. Essentially, that's what had changed since the computer had been downloaded and Ms. Bell had done her
Well,
work.
the hotspot, by that you mean that there was in fact a hotspot, the thing
Yes.
that attached.
The existence of the hotspot. Now, the existence of the hotspot is reflected in the computer data, in that mirrored hard drive. So when we're talking about the hotspot, in reality, back in 2020, the existence and use of the hotspot was known in the computer data. Whether the parties were aware of that, I'm not going to comment on necessarily, but when we go back to that mirrored hard drive, there is record and there is data to support this specific hotspot connected to this specific laptop on these dates and these times. So all of that information is not coming from the hotspot. All of that information comes specifically from the computer download, which is included in the 2013 version as well as the 2020 version. Just, the user ease is what changes for those. But the information supporting the use of the hotspot and how it was used has been in that computer data all along.
Okay.
So when we're talking about the deposition in 2022, that was on the hotspot. So defense was able to depose Ms. Bell on that. The reports that defense is referencing are generated, I guess we can call it, the report itself on February 23rd of 2023. But above that date on the front of the report is the date of, I think it's May of 2013. I've got it over there, I can look at it. The date that information's generated. So there's the difference in these two. This is, and I'm going to equate it to cell phones because that's something that I know the court's a bit more familiar with because we deal with it more frequently. When we get a cell phone and we download it, you're going to have 10,000 plus pages of data, photos, calendars, contacts, whatever it may be. Essentially, that becomes a jar of jelly beans, essentially, to be kind of stupid in my example. What I've done now through this new report that's been generated is pulled out all the red jelly beans, all the things that are of interest to the state for presentation of evidence. So when we're talking about these new reports that are generated, it's not new data. The data has existed since this laptop was downloaded in 23. The difference now is the trial exhibit. I went in, I did keyword searches, I prepped my witness, I brought my witness into the office, I let her look at this so that she could make sure and walk me through how does this data become relevant? What are the keyword searches? And then what's the supporting data to show when, why, and how these keywords or whatever the information would have been that's searched. So when the reports are dated February 23rd of 23, those got printed at my office. So Miss Bell's there. She and I are prepping. We're going through all of the evidence. But it's no new data. It's no new evidence. It's a different format of a trial exhibit. That's the only difference. So that's why I say, no, there's no new evidence here. This is just being packaged in a different formula. Instead of giving the jury an entire jar of jelly beans, I've pulled out all the red ones and said, this is what I want you to focus on. Everything else is still there, and defense has had everything since 2013.
When those new jelly beans, the red jelly beans, were discussed with her, though, does she, one, do it, or does she have an obligation to update the FDLE report related to those red jelly beans?
My answer is no, because there's no new evidence. This would be no different than if I was putting a detective on the witness stand to talk about an interview and say, here are the parts of the interview I want to focus on. Defense has the entire recorded interview. But I'm going to say, detective, we're going to play that interview, but here are the parts I want to talk about in addition to that. Or if we've got a cell phone, maybe my contact list in the cell phone is not relevant to my case. So I'm going to make the decision not to put that information before the jury. But maybe my photographs or my geolocation data that I can obtain from that cell phone is important. So instead of giving the jury an entire 10,000-page document that they're never going to be able to sift through, defense has that. They can go through that. But I'm presenting the relevant parts to the jury. And no, that doesn't change anything.
Let me change the hypothetical ever so slightly, though, and see what your position is on that. After the depot of that same detective, the detective goes out and takes photographs of the scene. Aerial photographs, on-ground photographs, to now be used as a court exhibit. Same information because it's the same scene. Same location of the streets, same distances. Nothing at the intersection has changed, except it now, in preparation for trial, the detective goes out, secures some aerial photographs of that same jar of jelly beans or intersection, takes additional photographs on the ground, and you intend to use those new photographs as part of his testimony and using those photographs. Although the defense has never had an opportunity to see those photographs because they were taken after deposition, or hear what the detective has to say about those photographs because they were done in trial preparation. What's your position? You can do that without the defense having an opportunity to redepose?
No, because those are that's new evidence. Those are new photographs. That's new evidence. So
isn't this photographs, when you do your search, isn't that a photograph of the accident scene or photograph of the jar of jelly beans?
No, not necessarily, because to use your example, the detective goes out to the scene and takes photographs at a later date.
Of the same scene. Scene has not changed at all.
Correct, but you have a new photograph. That is a new piece of evidence, and that's the difference. If, to go with the court's
Don't you
example,
have a new report? When you run
No,
your new...
it's not.
Okay. I thought, let me look at my notes. What did you call it? That the new reports are not new data. So that's it. Okay. So the new photographs of the scene are not new data. They're just new photographs.
Well, no, I would disagree with the court because those photographs are taken at a later time. So if we're going to say that, use your photograph example. Let's say that I have 100 photographs taken at the scene the day that they occur. So let's say in 2013 I take 100 photographs at the scene. I decide that I'm only going to introduce 6 of them. But I've disclosed all 100 to defense. Defense has all 100 photographs. They have exactly the same evidence that I do, and they've had it since the same date. Well, now I take my 6 photographs, and those are the only ones I choose to introduce. But maybe I decide to put one on their electronic board, or maybe I put one on a poster board, or maybe I put them as thumbnails, all 6 of them on the same page. I'm still taking that same information. Nothing's changed, nothing's new that defense has. I'm just putting it into a trial exhibit format, be it large poster board, electronic, where I can zoom in, using it on a piece of paper on the Elmo, using it on photo paper. That's still taking the same data, the same information, but for your repackaging it in a different presentation for the jury. There's no difference here. So your example of the detective going out at a later date and taking new photos, yes, it may be of the same exact thing, but in the absolute most technical sense of it, it is new evidence. And that does need to be disclosed, and that is something that they could say, okay, detective, when you went out there that second, third time, what was the lighting conditions? What was the humidity? There are factors and variables that can be different, and defense does have the opportunity to ask those questions.
All right.
This is different.
All right, well, let me pivot and go to your scenario then. With their 100 photographs, you pick 6. You bring in the deputy. You're preparing for trial testimony. You zoom in. You use a magnifying glass, and you and the deputy find a gun in the photographs. It's never previously been discussed. Never previously been. They had the photographs, and I guess they had the same ability, not necessarily with the deputy that you have, to go over the photographs. But in your trial preparation the week before, you happened to see a gun that you've zoomed into. No obligation to notify them that you found something new in the photographs that you had from the beginning?
In the truest sense, no. But in my practice, yes. And that's exactly what I did.
How is that different than this?
It's not. And here's why. Because before we picked a jury, I handed defense every report that I had generated before we picked a jury and said, there is no new data here. Here are the new reports I'm going to use, though. So that is the equivalent of zooming in on that photograph and then going to defense ahead of time and saying, here is a trial exhibit I'm intending to use. It is a zoomed in picture of an original picture you already have. So yes, I did give defense all that. They have known since before we selected a jury that I was intending on using these new reports. They're included on our exhibit list. They have been given physical copies. I believe it was the date after I created them. Literally the next time I was in court, I let defense know, hey, here's the information I plan on repackaging. I think those are my exact words. Repackaging and presenting in trial. I'll bring you copies of it. The next day, I walked in and I gave them everything that I had created.
So if that day they had said, oh, wait a minute, we see these zoom-ins and we want to talk to Bell again, what would the state's position have been?
My position would still be the same it is right now, that there's no new data. You all have the ability to go through all of this. I gave you a copy of everything I intend to use, so there is no surprise. This is just a trial exhibit. This would be the same thing of me giving defense an entire cell phone dump and then telling them before trial, I intend to introduce exhibits 1 through 5. Here's the photos. Here's the whatever from that. The court would not then, in my opinion, say to defense, you get to redepose the detective who downloaded this cell phone or went through it based on new evidence. There's nothing new here. I'm showing you the trial exhibits from the data, the evidence you've had since 2013.
All right, let me hear from the defense. Thank you.
So these are new reports.
But not new data.
I
That's
don't-
what I think I'm hearing.
Right, so
That's what I wrote down. New reports, but not new data.
correct. And so I'm going to go back to the trial. As the court remembers, there was a big issue that developed in the cross-examination of Ms. Bell.
Don't presume I remember everything, so
Okay.
it's okay to refresh. But
Gotcha.
I do remember a big to-do about Ms. Bell's testimony.
Right, and we have a transcript here if you need to take a read of that. But
How about if you hand it to my staff attorney right
I
now?
can do that.
Thank you.
Judge, I don't know what transcript we're talking about.
Can you identify for the record exactly what that is at the trial testimony of Bell?
Yes, that's the excerpt of the out of jury conversation that Mr.
So the bench conference, so those are taken out of the entire trial transcript. Do you have the specific pages that you...
They're on there. I think that starts.
2,534 to 2,561.
That just gives the state
Yes.
a reference, so they have their own trial transcript and they can know exactly what was provided. All right.
Right.
Thank you.
So when Miss Gowdy took the deposition, there wasn't any axiom. I don't show that we've received the access.
No, and the state has
Right.
indicated there wasn't. In
Right.
2014, Axiom didn't exist until 2020.
Right. When Mr. Escobar and I took the deposition of Ms. Bell in November, we were limited to a hotspot because that apparently was the new evidence that had developed. If you remember, or I'll just state.
No, I remember that.
Okay. So all of a sudden the hotspot became an issue, and I think they didn't even know the hotspot was in evidence because it was tucked in the laptop bag, or however that occurred. All of a sudden the hotspot became an issue in evidence. Further, what I read Ms. Bell's testimony to be at the trial was that this time frame of 201, 4, 6, and 11 was a deletion of files. There were files or images in unallocated space. And where Ms. Gowdy was going was, no, that was not a deletion of files in unallocated space. That was actually someone searching on the internet, and where she was going was to this website called armslist.com, right? And so that's when Mr. Pruner got very animated and said, this is based on a report that we've never seen. The suggestion was that evidence had been manufactured or created, and at the time, the issue was Ms. Gowdy believed that to be a report from Gerald White, or Jerry White, the first FDLE agent who was in the case. And it may have appeared that someone from Paul Carr's office may have developed that. But
And you're suggesting that's what's in that bench conference? No.
well,
you just
there was a
provide-
lot of discussion about whether there was manufactured evidence or whether it was authenticated. Mr. Pruner never accused Ms. Gowdy of creating evidence. He said, we haven't seen this. This is not authenticated.
Well, let me just see. I don't usually go back and forth, but this is
I
an
understand.
important issue. I want to see what Ms. Hodges is standing
Judge,
for.
those are two completely separate issues. So what the court asked defense is, what is the new evidence? And what defense is talking about in the transcript that they're showing you is dealing with a completely separate issue where Ms. Gowdy is looking to impeach Ms. Bell with a report generated by a defense expert that had never been disclosed to us. So this is not even talking about the same thing, and I want to make sure the court's clear on that, that what
Okay,
defense-
why are you telling me about this, Mr. Grant?
Because it was significant, because when we looked at this report that was generated on February 23rd of 2023, I've got
Which
several.
we now know is Ms. Hodges doing her own search.
Well, this report that we have seen has significant, at least 10 or 11 tabs that I've identified so far that is different than Ms. Bell's original testimony. Okay?
Give me one example of compare original testimony to now new report and show me the difference.
I'll go-
Just, one of the 10.
I'll go back to my previous answer. When she testified in trial that she believed that these images were in unallocated spaces, now we're seeing what Ms. Gowdy said at the time. Ms. Gowdy was absolutely 100% right that these images came from armslist.com, that someone in fact was searching or on the internet
And
at
it
that
had
time.
never been deleted as previously was suggested?
Well, so
Isn't that, and I'm not sure
Yes.
because I don't always know everything about computers, but
Right.
but unallocated space, it sounds like the inference or the belief was that that had been deleted, so now it's been reallocated to that.
So you get to unallocated spaces in a variety of ways. What Ms. Bell appeared to be saying was these photos got to that place because at that time at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm kind of keeping a side eye with Ms. Khan,
That's fine.
who has been assisting me with that these photos got to unallocated spaces
By deletion.
by deletion. And now we see with this new tool and this new report, not necessarily the case. And so there are other
So what is the case now? They simply were logged onto a website and searches were made at that website, and somehow that still appears to be unallocated space? And if so, why?
yes is the short answer to that. That's what it appears.
So why does a search of a website appear as unallocated space, if you know?
May I answer that?
You may.
Yeah.
Your Honor, if you log on to a website, okay, and I'm going to use Ms. Gowdy's example. If I go onto a website and I'm looking at golden retriever puppies, okay, and I log on and say golden retriever puppies, and 50 images of golden retriever puppies pops up on my page, I now have 50 images, even though I haven't clicked on them, I now have 50 images
in unallocated space.
in unallocated space.
If you click on them, though, then they are somehow not in unallocated space anymore?
They may stay in there, or they may go into an allocated space if I place them in a folder. Okay, they may stay in unallocated space. However, that is what the significance is that going on that website on arm's list, that those images could very well now be from Mr. Keetley going on arm's list, and those images, because arm's list is a firearms marketplace, rather than deleting
simply
images.
Pulling them up to look at them as opposed to actually deleting them from his computer.
Exactly, yes, sir.
Right, and there are a number of instances like that where we want to.
I apologize for cutting you off, but was it not the state's position in the first trial that he had deleted those photographs moments before the incident occurred? Isn't that what the state was presenting?
Judge, I'm not going to agree with defense on their analysis of
Well, what I know, I just want to know if the state's theory regarding that testimony was that Mr. Keetley had deleted those photographs.
Judge,
And that's the testimony regarding unallocated space.
there are photographs in unallocated space. My understanding of Ms. Bell's testimony, she's not going to be able to date and timestamp when those would have gotten there, but what she can testify to is how they would have gotten there. And there's a couple different means for those photographs to get into unallocated space. But again, if we're going to use defense
But was
as
the state's theory the first time that they had been deleted, did the word deleted come up in the transcript
Yes.
related to her testimony?
Yes,
So the
because-
state's position was the way they got into unallocated space is that Mr. Keetley had deleted those photographs.
That's why I say that there's different ways for it getting there. The photographs have
But
to...
what was the state's theory as to how they got there? Deletion?
Well, so, if I can answer the court, the photographs have to be deleted in order to get into unallocated space. But there are different ways that something can be deleted. It's not as though the person has to go in and click on something and then scroll up to delete and click delete. There are other means of things getting into the unallocated space through deletion that can be the byproduct of something else being deleted.
Is there
So-
a way to get there without a deletion by simply, as Ms. Kahn has suggested, pulling up a website and photos coming up, golden retrievers, and a whole bunch of golden retrievers come on your screen? Are those now in unallocated space and
Not
having
until
never
they're
been
deleted. Not until they're deleted. And so that's where...
So if you close and I mean, we can pull up and do a demonstration. I can pull up Google. I can Google golden retrievers. A bunch of golden retrievers are obviously going to come up. Under Ms. Kahn's theory, those are in unallocated space. You're suggesting, though, they don't go into unallocated space until deleted. If I click in the corner in the top right and I close my web browser, do all of those photos that were previously on my screen now show up on a search of my hard drive in unallocated space?
They can if
Without being deleted, simply closing the...
not by just simply closing it. So there has to be a clearing of an internet cache. There has to be, that's why I say there's other means of deleting things. So if you decide to go in and clear your internet history, then that's going to show as deleted. It'll show in unallocated space. You haven't necessarily gone in and cleared out all of your photographs that would have come up on those websites, but you don't have to in order to clear out the internet history, which would then put those into deleted. So this
you
is
actually have to do some affirmative act, not
Yes.
just move on to something else. So as they appear on the screen, they are in unallocated space after my search. They first
Say
pop
that
up,
again.
just as Ms. Kahn has suggested. I search for golden retrievers. I now see a bunch of cute little golden retrievers staring back at me on the screen. All of those cute little golden retrievers are in unallocated space at that time.
No, that's not my understanding of the evidence. No.
All right, well, see, that's where we have I believe that the defense is suggesting otherwise, and I'm not a computer expert, so I don't know, but I mean, that's something we're going to have to get to the bottom of. If each side has a different understanding of how that works.
But that's a different issue, Judge. The issue before the court is defense is saying that there's new information that's presented. And the answer to that is there is no new evidence. This is all stuff that Ms. Gowdy intended on cross-examining Ms. Bell on during the first trial. So Ms. Gowdy knew it back then. She knew it back then, and my understanding after going through the transcripts was the fact that there was computer usage moments before the crime played into her defense, and that the hotspot, the court did not allow the hotspot in, was because that was information that she had not had an opportunity to pose on. So if Ms. Gowdy knew this information back when she was trying this case in 2020, and that's part of what defense is relying on, it's not new. This has been on the computer since then. If we're talking about a specific website, arms list, it's in the documents that I provided. It's also something Ms. Gowdy knew about. So that's not new.
But the report related to that, not new data. No new data is what you're suggesting.
Correct.
But the report from the prosecution related to that new data is new.
The report was given to defense before we selected a jury.
After the deposition.
After the deposition. But
So is it new? Is the report new or not new?
this is where I guess we're splitting hairs. The document
I guess
that
you have to define new.
right, the document that I created for the purpose of a trial exhibit to summarize the evidence that we are presenting and put it into a more concise formula or format, I gave that to defense. If we're going to say that that's new, then yes, the paper it's printed on and the format it's in is new.
Is it a report? Why are we calling it a report?
Because it says report on there. It's
well, that's a good reason to call it a report.
No,
It's labeled report.
I mean, it's labeled that because that's what the program labels it. But when the court's talking
Does
about
the program consider it a report?
I don't know. What
Why does it label it report?
I have no idea. But when we're talking about when the court's using the term report,
I'm only copying the word. I'm not using. I don't know anything about it. I'm listening to you all, and what I wrote down was, and these were your words, the new reports are not new data. Did you say that?
That's correct.
Okay, so you tell me what the reports are then. I'm not using the word. You use the word.
A report is generated by the program. So when the court, or however we're normally referring to a report, that is a document that is created by FDLE as part of their analysis, and that is the report that would disclose the information that FDLE, through their expert opinion, has formulated. That is not this. This is a document generated by a program containing data that defense has had since 2013. So is the format and the paper and the way that it's laid out different? Yes. But is the data the exact same thing they've had since 2013? Yes.
And I get that. I understand that. I understood that from the beginning. But that goes back to my hypothetical. If you use the same photographs, but now you find something new in the photographs, do you have an obligation to disclose that to the defense, or can you just put the detective up and say, Detective, I'm going to zoom in to this photograph that you took 10 years ago, and I'm going to blow it up, and then I'm going to give you this magnifying glass, and do you see that? Can you tell me what it is? And that was the first time the defense has ever heard of that, and you're suggesting that you can do that.
If it's something that's been disclosed to defense and I'm able to find it and they don't, I've disclosed that to defense. I don't have to lay out my entire trial strategy.
Let me ask you this. If the detective was deposed and the defense had asked a specific question, Detective, did you see a gun at the scene? And he says, absolutely not.
Sure.
Now, in the same photograph, the week before trial, you're doing we won't call it a report, but you're doing a preparation for testimony, and you zoom in and the detective sees and he goes, oh my gosh, there's a gun there. I never saw that before. No obligation to notify the defense.
Absolutely. He has new testimony. He's been asked on that specific question. He denied knowing it was there. We found out that he did in fact know that was there, and we can prove it. So then that is disclosed to defense. That is new information.
So did you find anything new in the new, we won't call it report, but the new document that the Axiom calls a report? Did you find anything new in it?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, then she's not going to testify to anything new.
That's why
So why would we read her deposition testimony from last time if she's not testifying to anything new?
Because she's testifying to it in a different format.
Okay, so it's not new, but going to be testified to in a different format that wasn't discovered by the state until after the defense deposition. Is that a correct statement?
I think that there's a distinction here because Ms. Carmona handled her testimony before and introduced a lot of information that I'm not introducing this time. It's all off of the same hard drive. So Ms. Carmona decided to introduce a bunch of photos of the defendant who's injured in order to prove up attribution data for who's the user of this laptop. I'm not introducing all of that. Instead, I'm taking the same exact data and I'm introducing a different section of it. Data that defense has had. When defense is saying that Ms. Bell's changed her testimony, I don't see where there's been a page or a line that's been cited to show that she has said something in her trial, her deposition, any testimony she's given previously that is going to be different to what she's asked or to what she would say now. How the question's phrased is the difference here. If I'm going to ask her a question of how are we going to prove up attribution data, I'm not using photographs to do that. I'm using different information to prove that up. That doesn't mean she's inconsistent or she's contradicting herself. It means the question's being asked differently.
So I think I understand. The state's position is no new data, different presentation of same old data.
Yes.
All right, let me hear from the defense finally.
So first of all, I go back to the deposition that we took in mid-November. Both Mr. Escobar and I were there. We limited our deposition to the hotspot.
Why did you limit it to the hotspot?
Because that's all there was. We did not have the axiom. If we had this new...
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, Ms. Hodges said you had axiom prior to that deposition.
They've been looking through their discovery and they can't find where they disclosed it. I have never seen that.
Okay, well, but that's a big change from what I heard from the state. So, Ms. Hodges, I'm going to need you to address that. Because you told me specifically that prior to their mid-2022 depot, they had axiom, and now they're telling me they didn't. So I really need to get to the bottom of that. Who's right?
And Judge, can I
explain myself?
I wrote that.
I will.
So on December 15th of 2020, an amended notice of discovery was filed.
I'm sorry, give me the date.
December 15th of 2020.
December 15th of 2020, amended notice of discovery.
A 3-page FDLE lab report of digital evidence section analyst Connie Bell, dated December 7th, 2020. And to go further into this, Judge, I wanted to make sure that defense, in fact, had the actual disk. I communicated with Mr. Grant about this. I also let him know that when I spoke with Ms. Bell, she had a bench note file that included photographs in it of the devices themselves. That had never been disclosed to defense. So I let defense know that I was looking to do a stipulated order to the court to get a copy of that, because that's what we have to do in order to get bench notes from FDLE.
I agree.
Defense refused to sign that. So instead, I went forward and I contacted Tallahassee, FDLE in Tallahassee. I ordered a copy of the bench notes. I then had those amended and disclosed because I was not going to possess something that defense did not have. Even though defense had said they were not going to stipulate to getting that information, I went ahead and got it and disclosed it in amended discovery so that there was nothing the state had that defense did not have.
So that's what was disclosed on December 15th, 2020?
No, that's what I disclosed recently. I'll have to go back and look.
Wow.
But that's not relevant to this. So in December of 2020, the FDLE report from December 7th was disclosed 8 days later, along with all of the information it contains. This was prior to the last trial. Ms. Gowdy had copies of all of the evidence, both in the 2013 version as well as in the 2020 version. And I double-checked that before we did any of the depositions or anything else on Ms. Bell, because I wanted to ensure, since I knew that we had that data in an Axiom format, that defense had it as well.
Well, let me ask you, how do they get Axiom? Is that something that they have to get from you?
It all comes on a disc. So they literally will get a disc from us. It's going to include the player, Axiom, as well as the data. So all of that is contained within a single disc, so that defense has the ability to open that player, just like I do, double click on it, and then the data automatically will populate into it so that they have everything.
So that disc was disclosed prior to the last trial. You're saying
Yes.
that Judge Gowdy had Axiom prior to the last trial.
December 15th of 2020. Yes.
All right. That's what they were saying, that they didn't have Axiom at the time of their mid-November 2022 depot. You're telling me that they had Axiom, the defense, when I say they.
Yes.
The defense had Axiom prior to the last trial. So
Yes.
thank you, I appreciate that. And unfortunately, it's going to go back and forth. I'm making lots of notes, and I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what appears to be a very complicated needle in a haystack. So go ahead, Mr. Grant. You told me that you didn't have Axiom. They just told me that you had it prior to the last trial.
We haven't seen it. We haven't seen it.
No,
Now,
that doesn't mean you don't have it. It's a needle in a haystack.
Well, first of all, I'm a little confused on the dates because we tried, the first trial of Mr. Keetley was in February of 2020. And they're saying their disclosure was in December of 2020, which would have been after the trial.
That's true.
So Ms. Gowdy did not have that access to that.
Wait a minute. That's a great point. I do have down December 2020, and his trial was February 2020. So unless I'm wrong, the December disclosure comes after the trial. Is that correct or incorrect?
Yeah, that's correct, but it's still something that Ms. Gowdy had. It was still provided to defense in amended discovery, so they had it before this.
Now they had it before this, but did they or didn't they have it before the February trial?
I would have misspoke on that. So I
Okay.
would have misspoke that they, because
All
I
right,
was
it just
thinking
changes.
December and February.
All right, so now the position is they had it before this, not that they had it before the first trial.
Yes,
Okay.
I misspoke on that. You're
All right. Let me go back.
Okay,
to
and so there were a lot of there were a lot of
Wait, let me change my notes. I'm going to update my notes. It's getting confusing, but I'm trying to keep very detailed notes. And I wrote down that you had it prior to the first trial, and that does not appear to be correct.
That's
you
correct.
had it. You got it, according to them, in December of 2020. All right, I've got it.
There's a possibility that the public defender may have gotten it and did not disclose it.
In December, well, who was representing Mr. Keetley in December of 2020? Was it the public defender?
Not positive. I can double check on that. My entry into this case would have been somewhere around June of 2021. At the time, I was not working with this law firm.
So it's possible. We can go and see. I can ask the state. State, you would agree that the current defense attorneys were not representing. You said the disclosure was to Gowdy, but you said it was prior to the first trial, which we know Gowdy represented him during the first trial. But soon after, sometime after, I don't know exactly when, Gowdy withdrew and the public defender was brought on. So do you know, you have a disclosure, I think, dated December 15th, 2020, who that disclosure was made to? Should have at the bottom or somewhere a certificate of service to Gowdy or
Deanne Nathan and Escobar Law.
Let me see what it says.
Mr. Grant, when were you telling me that you entered into the case?
I joined the firm in June.
Well, I don't care when you joined the firm. When did
I entered the case,
Escobar Law come onto the case?
I do not know the answer to that. Particularly, I know that it went to the public defender, and if I'm correct in what I'm saying, it went from the public defender to regional counsel for a short period of time, and then to
That is all correct. I remember when Ms. Holt and Mr. Brancato were here in this courtroom on their motion to withdraw represented, and Mr. Keetley was on this computer screen right here. I remember that as if it was yesterday.
Right. And so a couple points that I want to make. Going back to the trial, I keep saying if you remember, the argument...
Mr. Keetley did not want the public defender's office to allow the public defender's office to withdraw.
As far... I know we've kind of hopped a couple places, so I'm trying to go back. This may not be...
Would you like them back now?
As far as a couple things that are popping in my head, I don't know if we're on topic.
Nah, it's my fault
This
if we're not.
report, that's okay, this report, and I'm just going to call it what it is, this report...
Well,
that
they say it's not a report, even though it's labeled report.
Okay.
So I said we're going to call it a document.
All right.
Let's say this document.
This document...
It has a report written on it.
Well, it has report written on it.
You can call it that.
The forensic examination report in case number 21...
That makes it even sound more official. Like
yeah, has a case number, has an examiner, case generated, report generated. In looking at the disclosure, it seems to suggest that Connie Bell was the person who extracted this data, and now we're finding out today it was not. It was Ms. Hodges.
Can I see what you're referring to that appears to suggest that Ms. Bell extracted it?
And I say it appears, it just says examiner, case generated date, and case reported date. And so
Examiner is Connie Bell. Case generated Monday, May 18th, 2020. Report generated, well, I'll change that to document generated Thursday, February 23rd, 2023. So clearly, this is the cover sheet to whatever we're discussing today.
And that's one of three.
And it has Connie Bell's name on it.
It's one of four. Excuse me. There are 4 different compilations of a thing called a report that may not be a report, that's a document, that is whatever, that was provided to us. And now it appears that Connie Bell may be testifying to whatever this was that was generated on February 23rd.
But generated by Ms. Hodges.
Correct. Generated by Ms. Hodges. And again, I go back, there was a lot of discussion in that first trial when we had the issue come up, based on, to their point, Ms. Gowdy showed something that she believed, from what I read in the transcript, was generated by Jerry White. If we have it correct, Jerry White is the original FDLE agent or analyst, digital analyst. He retired.
I don't disagree with you, but
Right.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Grant, if you could just tell me in very precisely,
Sure.
terms, why is it that you need to redepose Connie Bell today before she testifies?
Can I defer to Ms. Khan because she's championing the bit?
Absolutely.
She was helping me identify one of many different issues.
I don't mind the deferment, especially to Ms. Khan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Briefly though, Ms.
Very
Khan. I know that I don't have to warn you of that.
No, Your Honor. As Mr. Grant said, there are 4 kind of subparts to this, I'm just going to put air quotes, report. There is one that is approximately 221 pages. In that report provides potentially what could be considered Brady exculpatory evidence, because in this, report, we have information that says 11:25, 2:18 a.m. Tabbing information 11:25, 2:25 a.m. Item 1001, and it has different items, tag numbers, things like that. So, what does this mean? We don't know what it means. This is brand new information. I understand it's on the hard drive,
Here are the hard
but
drives
this has
that were
never been
provided.
extracted by Connie Bell before nor testified. She is their expert, as Ms. Hodges has stated. She has never provided these opinions before, never in deposition, never in trial testimony. She cannot come on the stand and testify to this information brand new, as Your Honor knows. And this is, again, this is information provided to the defense and potentially contains exculpatory evidence.
But you don't know what it is?
We don't know what it is. What does it mean? Is this Miss well, now we know it's Miss Hodges, but we don't know, is this Miss Bell going through minute by minute? But it has different statements. For example, on some of these items, it has a number. On some of these, it has a tag saying ignore. And some of these tags, it says tag 101. But it's during
What
the
does that mean, tag 101?
I have no idea, Your
That's what
Honor.
we want to figure out.
Okay, all right. So that's why you wanted to depose.
Exactly, Your
I
Honor.
just-
And it's during the time period that these murders are taking place.
All right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to take a short break because we've discovered a lot of information in the last 50 minutes. We started at 9. It's now 9:50. I have a lot of notes. I just want to go back and take a look at these, but I'm going to encourage the two of you all to see whether there's still an objection to a 30-minute. How long do you suspect this deposition of Connie Bell is going to take? I mean, is it something that can take place in 30 minutes?
Judge, I was brought into this over the weekend. Let me.
You're not going to do the depo, though, are you? Can
It's John's
Con do
witness.
the depo?
It's John's witness. But can I just try to put this in perspective? And it'll be in the transcript that you'll be able to read. If you recall, at Miss Gowdy's trial.
Wait.
It's going to be short. It's not going to be long.
Please.
Okay. Connie Bell was opining back then that the activity on this laptop, which was so important, ended at, I think it was 3 o'clock, almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon on November 24th. Miss Gowdy, if you recall, with her information that she had found that Google Analytics was actually showing activity on the computer during the relevant times of the murder, which would have been somewhere between 2:11 and 2:21, 2:22. There was a big discussion. You'll see it in the transcript. There was a big discussion about that whole process. What's important,
I do remember that.
Yeah. What's important here is that now this new report, and remember Connie Bell was saying, no, that's not true, that's not true, that's not true. Now we get this report, and woof, now we have activity that is generated by Connie Bell's report that is saying that there's activity going on at 2:04, 2:11, 2:22, 2 whatever, right in the relevant times of the homicide.
Well, which is why they've introduced the hotspot this time.
No, it wasn't the hotspot. This is activity because, I mean, I guess they can say that he was on a computer with a hotspot at the murder scene doing his computer searches. Okay, they can do that. But what's relevant to us is that someone was on that computer doing searches during the relevant time of the murder. Because that's good evidence for us, because who in the world is going to think that someone is going to be committing this mass murder that happened here, and at the same time searching, queries concerning, their interest. It's not logical. So that whole process is so crucial. And when we were given this new report, which was, I think the entire report is like 850 pages. When we started looking at that relevant time, hey, wait a minute, this is something that we didn't have before, and frankly, something that Connie Bell was opining just the opposite. So how can that be? I'll give you one thing. On the Jennifer Clark thing, when she made a mistake, you know what I did? I called Jennifer Clark. I said, hey, listen, I've got a report here that I think you're wrong. I sent it to her. That's
the
how.
45, the Glock.
Yeah, I sent her the report from the manufacturer. Say, hey, Connie, I want you to take a look at this. Tell me if I'm right or if I'm wrong. Because I don't own guns. Tell me if I'm right or wrong. She's called me back. Rick, you're right. I screwed up. I made a mistake. That's the way we should be doing things.
Judge, if defense is insinuating that I have hid the ball from them and I'm not providing something when an expert's changed their opinion, I'd like to address that directly, because Connie Bell has not changed her opinion, and I certainly am not unethical enough that I'm going to hide the ball and not disclose Brady evidence.
I certainly didn't take it as that you're intentionally hiding the ball. I don't know, Mr. Escobar, were you insinuating that? I didn't take it as such.
What I am insinuating is that these cases are so critical and so delicate that we should always be telling the other side, hey, this is where I'm going. Listen, Michelle and I have done it with our...
But you're operating within the ethical... I don't see anything that I've seen that's outside of any ethical rules. So, that's a different story for another day.
Your Honor, may I be heard on this? Because when I provided defense with those reports, I also gave them an additional copy of the Axiom report to ensure that when I give you these reports, I give you the disc as well, you have everything. Because I haven't had this case from the beginning. So when I take over a witness, I'm going to ensure, before we've selected a jury, that defense has everything that I have.
I understand. I don't have any problems with you and your ethics, and I don't think that there's anything along those lines afoot here in what's going on. The very simple issue is whether the defense should have an opportunity to ask Connie Bell some additional questions related to all this before she testifies, and that's what I'm going to go back and think about. Mr. Grant, you're standing though, and
yes, you asked a question that I don't think was answered. You
what
asked,
was it?
how long do you think the death?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And so, talking with Ms. Khan, I think it'll be somewhere between an hour to an hour and a half.
Why so long?
850 pages, Your
I
Honor.
mean, we could go as the goal is not to get paid by the word. The goal is to get the information, and if we can get it in 30 seconds, great. If we
Judge, I'll give you a suggestion. Maybe this will help everybody. If we can go ahead and do everybody else, I think they've got Norma Jean Towers. I know that they still have a video of Sackman that we can do. I know there's a video of Jose Rodriguez we can do. We can maybe cut off early, like maybe 3 o'clock, and that will give us whatever time we need to do the deposition of Connie Bell competently, because that's what I want. I don't want John to be bootstrapped with an hour or hour and a half if at the end of the day it takes us 3 hours.
Well, I will tell you this. I am going to reserve, at least initially, on my decision as to whether the defense can redepose Connie Bell. So until you get my decision, it's going to result in a delay of Connie Bell. Now, I apologize for that. If the state requests that they don't want to take somebody out of order and you want me to take a longer break or take the rest of the day, I can do that. Or if the state can put on other witnesses up until at least the lunch break, I may have my decision after the lunch break. I guess what my goal is we can get started. It's 10 o'clock. Since I'm going to reserve, I don't need to take my break now. What I was hoping is that the two sides could talk after all this new information in the 50, now it's beyond 50 minutes. Now we're at an hour. But when I was going to cut it off at 50 minutes for the sides to have a discussion related to all these things that have come out in the 50 minutes, I was going to see what you all said. But you'll have that opportunity later. What I'm thinking now is, let me bring the jury in, let you call another witness, and I'm reserving as of right now on the decision whether to allow the defense an opportunity to redepose Connie Bell. Ms. Doherty, you're standing, is that?
Judge, that's acceptable. We do have Ms. Towers ready to go, and just like Mr. Escobar said, there's a couple of witnesses that are videotaped that can...
Excellent. So let's keep rolling. I appreciate that very much. I think it's in everyone's best interest. I'm going to get the jury in. I'll take full responsibility, tell them I had some discussions or I had some issues to address, and we'll get started with that state witness. Uh-oh.
Juror number 10, formerly number 27.
Okay, don't give the name. Let me find my chart. Okay, I've got it. Seated in seat number 10, formerly 27. I've got it.
He approached me. He actually stepped out of the jury room, and I called him as he was coming out, told him he cannot come out. Feeling sick, feeling dizzy. He went to the bathroom. He said he kind of toppled over, had to pick himself up.
Okay.
And I told him that I will bring it to your attention.
All right. What do you want to do? I can bring him in and question him, or we can agree to release him. If neither side agrees, if I don't have an agreement, I'm going to bring it in and question him. Either side, you all want to talk? Why don't you all talk and see if, based on what Deputy Estea has placed on the record, you want to agree to release seat number 10, formerly 27, based on his current condition.
Your Honor, may I approach the bench?
With what?
With a stipulation that's been signed by the state, Mr. Keetley, and myself.
Absolutely. All right, but you all talk so we can get on 10. I'm happy to bring him in. Sit him next to you. I'm kidding about that. Let me just, while you all are talking about, did he indicate that he wanted to get out of here? Did he want to go to a doctor or seek medical attention?
Did not.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did you say he did want
Did not.
No, he did not.
Yet, but I'm going to bring him in and ask him if you all are in agreement.
Judge, can we
Yes.
confirm?
Yes. Yes. I can tell.
I'm also concerned that we're running.
If we run out, you know what I was going to say. I'm not saying it. Yeah.
Do not say that.
That's why I don't want to.
Try not to make headlines if not necessary.
Do not say that.
It is what it is.
Judges, for the court's awareness, if today had gone, we were anticipating ending on Thursday. So even if we had to add one more day on that, that would still give the defense.
Yes, but that means that they're going to have to call some witnesses out of order that they indicated were only here on Friday, is my recollection. They're
Judge, we would, as before, if we needed to interrupt our case in chief to accommodate, I think, their expert witnesses, we were amenable to that.
Right. No, I understand. But if you rest on Thursday, then that's not. Then they would be able to present their witnesses in their case in chief, as opposed to out of order.
Judge, I think
Either an agreement or I need to get more information from him. If there's an agreement, I'm letting him go. If there's not an agreement, I'm bringing him in to get more information to decide whether I have to let him go.
Inquire first, and then if he...
So there's not an agreement. That's all I need is there's no agreement. Bring him in. Go ahead and have a seat, sir, in that first chair there. Jury is seated. Everyone else may be seated this time. Sir, thank you for coming back in. I apologize for calling you out, but it's related to something that you conveyed to the bailiff about not feeling well, so I felt that it was appropriate to inquire with you further regarding your status or condition. Is that all right, sir? Okay, and I'm just going to call you by juror number 10. You are number 10 on our chart, so I don't need to use your name. So, juror number 10, can you tell me what it is that you were feeling at this time?
A little nauseous.
You're feeling nauseous as you sit here?
No, not now.
Not now? Okay, has your condition improved enough that you wish to continue, or are you requesting that I allow you to go seek medical attention? You wish to continue? And are you taking any medications at this time?
No, sir.
Do you have any reason to believe that what you have, do you have any idea why you're feeling nauseous?
No.
No idea?
I came here, was okay on the weekend. I came here, I was okay, drove here, and everything was okay. But just...
Has that appeared to have passed? Do you feel all right as you're sitting here right now?
Yes, sir.
Can you agree to let me know by raising your hand if at any time during the rest of the day, we're getting ready to bring the jury back in, if at any time you feel like you're unable to pay attention to the proceedings, to concentrate on what's going on in the courtroom, you simply raise your hand and then we can talk to you about it at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you feel comfortable proceeding at this time?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll see you back in a few moments. All right. Juror has exited. Based on that information, unless either side disagrees, and I am not a doctor and I don't, intend to play a doctor up here, but based on what he's conveyed, I don't see any reason not to proceed as expected.
Judge, I would agree. My only concern
You're
is
not
that...
a doctor either, though,
No,
Mr. Escobar.
no, I'm not. My only concern is that I hope he doesn't have something that he gives to someone else.
You know what, though?
Yeah.
I wish I had a crystal ball
I
up
know.
here. It'd make
I
things a
know.
lot easier. State any disagreement?
I'm fine with going forward.
All right. So are we back now where we can bring in the jury? We can call our first witness?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Let's get the jury.
Judge, before you call the next witness, we need you to read the stipulation, because that was in reference to Detective Schramm, and that stipulation is directly related to Detective Schramm.
Okay. So I will read both 2.3 stipulations, and then the stipulation I have, it's not titled anything other than stipulation, but read both of those things before you call the next witness. Are you in agreement?
Yes, Judge.
And Judge, could you just remind them that the last witness was Detective Schramm, so that it flows?
They've
Because
got
that's what it was.
notes. No, I'm not gonna. It's not appropriate for me to. I think that could potentially be regarding a rule that says I'm going to comment on it, to tell them, ladies and gentlemen, I remind you that the last witness was. If they don't remember who the last witness was, we've got other problems we need to be concerned about. So my answer is no. I apologize. All right, and it looks like Deputy Estea has something else regarding our jury. They want to go to lunch now?
No, when I walked him back into the jury room, he went back into the bathroom again. That's the third time that I observed him going.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm not, that's fine. I told him that he is to let us know if he needs anything, including to take a break. So let's get the jury, please. Wait till after 5 when they turn the air conditioning off. You wish you had it. All members of the jury are present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. It's still morning, right? It is still morning. I could say that I didn't get the memo on the time change. We're starting an hour later, and I could blame it on the time change, but I'm not. I do apologize for the delayed start this morning. I do take full responsibility for that delayed start, so please do not hold it against the attorneys, the parties, or anyone else except for me. I could say happy spring break, but there's no spring break for us. You're here and working, and we do greatly appreciate that, as we always have your attention and your patience and your very important service with us. Let me ask, before we get started, and we are ready to get started, let me ask, by show of hands, was anyone exposed to anything about this case between the time you left the court early Friday and the time you returned this morning, or has anyone discussed anything about this case between the time you left on early Friday and the time that you've returned late this morning today? By show of hands. All right, let the record reflect there are no hands. Again, thank you all very much. Before the state calls their next witness, I do have another stipulation between the parties, and I will read you the brief instruction related to stipulations, and then I will read the stipulation. When lawyers agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is, and this is the document that will go back into the jury room with you. It is titled Stipulation, and it reads as follows. It is hereby stipulated by and between the state of Florida and the defense that the following facts are true and correct. On August 2nd, 2012, a Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office Internal Affairs investigation was opened into Detective David Schramm's alleged improper accessing of driver's license information from the computerized DAVID system. On August 7th, 2012, Detective Schramm was placed on administrative leave without pay. An internal memorandum documenting the suspension noted that, quote, since 2006, Detective Schramm utilized the David system on more than 100 occasions to access driver's license information for non-law enforcement purposes in violation of HCSO Rule 4.604, titled Misuse of Communications Facilities, end quote. The investigation was concluded on October 4th, 2012. We hereby certify that the foregoing stipulation is made in good faith and for the reason herein alleged, dated this 13th day of March 2023. It is signed by Defendant Michael Keetley, Attorney for Defendant John Grant, and Assistant State Attorney Michelle A. Doherty. I'm going to give this to the clerk, and it'll go back into evidence with you. At this time, I'm now going to ask the state to please call the next witness.
State calls Norma Jean Towers.
Norma Jean Towers. Ms. Towers, good morning and welcome. If you'll come forward to be sworn as a witness, come on straight down through those swinging doors. And if you'll face me, please, and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear, affirm, any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. If you'll follow the bailiff to your right, there's a ramp. Please watch your step. There's cords on the floor. There's a railing if you need it. And then just make your way down to that chair, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. The microphone in front of you is fully adjustable, and the green light is on. So as soon as you're ready, you let me know, and I'm going to allow the attorneys an opportunity to ask you some questions. You ready?
Good morning, yes.
Good morning. All right, yes, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record. Where did you grow up?
New York,
When did you move to Florida?
2004.
Are you presently employed?
No.
Do you have a disability?
Yes, I do.
And what's the nature of your disability?
Fibromyalgia.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some questions about a time period from 2008 through the end of 2010. During that time period that you're testifying about, did you experience or have any type of memory loss during that time period due to a medical condition?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, going back to 2008 and 2010, did you have a favorite hobby that you engaged in?
Yes.
What was that?
Singing, karaoke.
Was that something that you did on a regular basis?
Yes, ma'am.
How often would you do that?
Whenever I had free time.
And where did you engage in that sort of activity? What sort of places did you go to do karaoke?
Family restaurants, Cherries, Salutes, Incognitos, Alpha Pizzeria, to name a few.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's okay.
Back in 2008, during that time period through 2010, did you know a person or come to know a person named Michael Keetley?
Yes.
Now, going back to 2008 and 2009, were there occasions where he would also come and do karaoke at some of the places that you did karaoke?
Yes.
During that time period, did you really know him?
No.
Did you engage in conversations with him during that time period?
Very little. conversation.
Were there other people that you went to go and do karaoke with during that time period?
Yes.
How many people would you meet up with to do that?
Sometimes there were up to 20, maybe more.
And did that sometimes include the same group of people?
Yes.
And it's at points where there are other people that you had not met before?
Yes.
Now I'm going to ask you about 2010. At some point in 2010, did you see the person known as Michael Keetley at one of those karaoke places?
Yes, I did.
Was there something that drew your attention to him during that time period in 2010?
The welcoming that he got when he walked in from the KJ.
And I'm going to ask you about the time period. Do you know the time period about when this was happening in 2010?
No, maybe around June, maybe summertime, something.
I'm going to ask you, using July 4th of 2010 as a time reference, would it have been before July
Yes.
of 2010?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a specific recollection of knowing Mr. Keetley on July 4th of 2010?
Yes, that's when I was invited to go visit the family lake house.
So some point before that date, you had ran into him at that karaoke place. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what karaoke place it was?
It could have been Incognitos or the Cherries or Salutes.
Were there several different places?
There were several, so yeah, it could have been Salutes.
But you said that there was something that you noted about an introduction. What was that? Can you tell us what that was?
When he walked through the door, the KJ recognized him right away and then announced that 50 Cent had just walked in, and he started playing the sound of gunfire.
And what's a KJ?
A KJ is a karaoke DJ.
Did you know what that reference alluded to?
I don't understand your question.
When you said that he was introduced to
Oh,
50
yes,
Cent?
yes. Well, I asked someone sitting next to me what that was in reference to, and they explained that he had gotten shot. That was at the docks. The docks, yes.
Okay. That was that night when you had
Yes.
had seen him again?
Yes.
Was there a time period prior to that you don't remember seeing him at those different karaoke restaurants or bars?
I had seen him once before, but really didn't take notice to him.
And you said that prior to that night, were you aware that he had been a victim of a robbery?
I wasn't until that night that they announced him.
And I think you said you inquired, is that correct?
Yes, I asked one of the people at the table.
Did you have conversations with Michael Keetley yourself?
He joined the table, and I think he was sitting across from me. I'm not sure. It could have been somewhere else, but then he was across from me.
Did you ask him about what had happened?
Yeah.
What did he tell you about the robbery?
Well, he had said that he was done for the day and that he was getting ready to close up, and that someone had approached the truck, a young woman, and that she was asking for something, if he could give her something, ice cream or icy or something.
And then what did he say happened?
He said that he had told her that he was done for the night, and then she continued to ask if she could please get something, and then he had a change of heart and went to go and get something for her.
What did he say happened after that?
2 men had entered the truck and proceeded to ask him to give them his money.
That night prior, sometime in the summer during 2010, did he say what the race was of those individuals?
He said they were black.
Did he also on that night show you or talk about any injuries that he sustained as a result of that robbery?
Yes.
And what were those injuries?
Bullet wounds to different areas and parts of his body.
Did he specifically mention anything about his hand, his right hand?
He probably did, but he had so many different locations, so.
Did you yourself notice any sort of injury that he had to his hand?
At the time that he was showing me his hand, yeah, it seemed he was holding it up, and it looked like a little limpy.
What was that?
A little, like limp.
Limp. Do you remember what hand it was?
No, no, I don't remember which hand.
What about the way he walked? Did you notice anything about the way that he walked?
No.
On that night?
On that night.
When you first met him again?
Yeah. No.
Did you have further conversations with him that night?
Yes, I had questions, wanted to know what happened.
How would you describe his appearance on that night?
He was well kept, hair combed, he looked like he gained weight, well dressed. He looked different.
And when you say he looked different, what time period are you referring to that his appearance had changed, that he looked different?
From the first time that I met him, he was unkept, and his hair was messy, and he looked like sloppy. And
what was the time period that we're talking about? How much time had passed between that time period when you had first met him and you were meeting him again at, did you say, was it the docks?
At the docks,
At
yes.
the docks?
I really don't know, because I didn't know about him and what had happened, so.
And you said that he had gained weight. How much weight had he gained when you had seen him on this day at the docks in 2010?
Well, from the first time I met him, he was slim. And then the second time I saw him, he looked like he gained maybe about 40 pounds or so.
And what could you estimate? Are you good at estimating weight?
No.
Could you estimate for us what you think his approximate weight was then?
Before or
No, after.
After. Maybe about 150, maybe. 150 to 160.
Okay.
Maybe.
Is this after he gained weight or before?
After he gained.
Oh. Sometime after that night, did the two of you exchange phone numbers?
Most likely.
Did you see him after that?
Yes, he continued to, the group always made sure that if someone in particular was playing that night, that KJ, that we would all get together and meet up. And so most likely he would be there. Mm-hmm.
Were there other times that you met up with the defendant to engage in karaoke?
Yes.
Did that occur at different places?
Yes, he wanted to show me a place somewhere in Sarasota, I believe, the Frog or something like that. It was really nice.
At some point after that initial meeting again in 2010, did you develop a relationship with Michael Keetley?
Yes, but it was based on friendship.
And is Michael Keetley, is he present in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Can you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a tan sweater and a blue shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect she's identified the defendant?
Record shall so reflect.
And you said that at first it was friendship, is that correct?
Yes, I made a lot of friends while I was there at the karaoke.
Can you tell the jury some of the different types of activities that you and the defendant would engage in when you first started seeing one another on a regular basis?
Activities at the karaoke place at the same time, just pretty much sitting, talking, having beer, and telling jokes and taking turns singing.
During that time period when you are meeting up with him at these different karaoke places, did you ever notice or take note of any sort of limp that he had when he walked?
No, I never noticed a limp.
Did you notice anything with his hands, any sort of issue or awkwardness that he had with any of his hands?
No.
Had he complained about pain?
He might have. At one time he was telling me about this Tiger Balm, that it was really good and that I might want to use it or something if I ever had pain.
Some kind of pain? And pain in what area? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember what area.
Had you ever been over to the defendant's residence before?
Yes.
Had you met his parents?
Yes, I have.
Did you meet his mom and his dad?
Yes, I did.
Approximately how many times would you say that you had been to the defendant's home?
Probably about 2 or 3 times in a week. But sometimes right after work, I'd still have my scrubs on and go ahead and go visit.
And what type of, and how long, for what period of time were you seeing the defendant?
Maybe about 4 months.
Is that in the summer of 2010?
Yes.
At some point, did your relationship become romantic?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Do you remember when that occurred?
Probably around, maybe around September, August or September.
Had you seen the defendant driving during that time period when you were seeing him?
Yes.
What type of vehicle did he have?
He had a white truck.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked and introduced into evidence, States Exhibit 189A. Can you look to your screen to your left?
Yes, that's the truck.
That's the truck. And
Yes.
I'm also going to show you 189B. Is that the interior of the truck?
Yes, that's the interior.
And you said you yourself saw him drive that, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to point to you. Do you know which side of the steering wheel the gear shift is?
It's on the right-hand side.
On the right-hand side, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that it right here? You kind of see it extending out?
Yes, I see it, yes.
During the time when you were in the car with Mr. Keetley, the defendant, did you ever notice what hand he was using to drive the vehicle and change gears?
I never noticed which hand he was using.
Did you ever notice any kind of awkwardness or of him taking his left hand and reaching over or somehow manipulating that gear shift with his left hand?
No.
And you said you had been to his residence, is that correct?
Yes.
What would you do when you would go over to his residence?
The first time there was like target practice. He was doing target practice.
Now, when you say target practice, is that, what do you mean by that?
He had a gun, or maybe a few, I'm not sure, but he was shooting at some cars that were in the field.
There were cars out there?
Yes.
What kind of cars were out there?
Different models, an array, like maybe 4 or 5. I'm not really even sure how many.
Was that something that you also did with him at that time?
Well, he asked if I wanted to shoot, and I really wasn't interested because I wasn't sure of the caliber, and so guns have a tendency to backfire, and I'm small, so.
Did you shoot a gun with him, though?
I did, but not a lot.
Do you know a lot about firearms?
I do.
The time that you did target practicing with the defendant, that was during the summer of 2010?
Yes.
Do you remember who provided the firearm?
Michael.
How many firearms were used at that time when you were target practicing with him?
I think he had like 2, maybe 2.
And what type of firearms were they?
One was a .45, and another one was maybe a .22.
Okay. And do you know what caliber is? What a caliber?
The size of the bullet.
Okay. Do you have a specific recollection that it was a .45?
The size of it. I have family members that have guns, police officers, and so I was sort of familiar with the size of the gun.
But were they both handguns when you
They were both
doing?
handguns.
Okay. And during that time when you were target practicing with the defendant, did the defendant shoot both of those firearms that you mentioned?
Yes.
Did he have any issues shooting those firearms?
No, I didn't see any issues.
Did you shoot both of those firearms?
No, just one.
Do you remember which one you did? The
He might
bigger
have
one?
given me the .22.
Was that the smaller one?
Yeah.
Okay. And during that time, when you were target practicing with him, would you both take turns, or how did it go? Tell us what happened.
I just tried a couple of times, and I don't even know if I hit the target. So and then he took over.
Okay. Did he ever show you how to fire when you were
Yes.
doing target practice?
Yes.
And how would he do that?
You have to hold the gun a certain way by holding it this way, and then point.
And would he demonstrate that for you?
Yes, he did.
And did he demonstrate that holding the firearm?
Yes.
Do you remember what hand he was using when he was doing that?
Well, if his left hand goes underneath, then the right hand is, and I'm not sure if he's left or right, but
So So you're not sure which hand it was, is that
But
correct?
just to have, well, I'm a right-handed, so.
During that time when you were doing target practice, is anyone loading the firearms?
He was.
Did you do any of that?
No.
And was he able to load the firearm for you?
Yes.
Do you remember how many times he had to load the firearm?
No, because he was already in the process when I had pulled up, and so I don't know if
Did
he
you
did
also?
again. Or,
Sorry to interrupt. What were you saying?
I don't know if he did like twice, 3 times. I'm not sure.
When you were at his house, at some point, did you ever watch television with him in the living room?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 106 for the record. Do you recognize this area?
Yeah, that's the living room.
And can you tell us, can you see where the TV is in there?
Yes, all the way to the right.
About how many times would you say that you and Mr. Keetley were in that living room watching television together?
Not that often, but I would say in out of the 2 to 3 times, probably about twice.
Okay.
Because then we'd go in the kitchen or outside.
I'm also going to show you 105. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there a particular chair that Mr. Keetley would sit in? when
Not the recliner on the left, but the one all the way to the right.
This one right here?
Yes, with that thing over it.
And where would you sit when you were watching
On
television?
the sofa, all the way to the left.
This sofa right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you aware of where Mr. Keetley's bedroom had been in the house?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 108. What is this a photograph of?
This is the kitchen,
And-
and
go
the
ahead.
bedroom is straight through the curtains.
So in the center of the picture, there's a room behind curtains?
Yes, that's the bed right there.
And is that the room that you knew to be the defendant's bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 127. And this is located on in the downstairs, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is in 107?
Oh, that's the room that he slept in. That was his bed.
I'm going to ask you some questions about another incident with a rifle. At some point during that summer of 2010, when you were seeing the defendant, did you see him with a longer gun, with a rifle?
Yes.
And was there anything unusual or distinctive about the rifle that you remember?
It's something about a mail order.
Did he tell you that?
Yes.
What did he say with regards to the rifle?
That it was a mail order.
Did he also, was there something that was attached to the rifle that you had noticed?
Well, that was from the gun show.
Did you go to a gun show
Yes.
with the defendant
Yes.
in 2010?
Yes.
During that time period in the summer?
Yes.
And what did he purchase at that gun show?
It's
Ma'am, and I apologize, you're fine, but just wait till because the court reporter can't take, but just wait till she finishes the question before you answer. It's okay. It's all right.
New Yorker.
What did he, let me ask you, do you remember where you went to the gun show with the defendant, where that was?
Sarasota.
And do you remember the time period? Was it before or after that July 4th trip that you took with him in 2010?
It was before.
And do you remember what he purchased at the gun show?
He bought a Tommy gun round thing, like a cartridge where bullets go in, and it attaches to a gun.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 129. Can you take a look at this photograph? Do you see that what he purchased contained in this photograph?
Yeah, that's the thing, the round thing.
Is this what you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
You were with him when he purchased that at the gun show?
Yes.
And you said, did he purchase anything else at the gun show?
I don't think so. We looked around, but I don't think so.
Do you remember whether or not he purchased any ammunition?
No, I don't think so.
You don't remember? Okay. I want to ask you about the drum, that round circular drum. Was there a time at the Keetley house that you remember him using that long rifle and that drum?
Yes.
Can you tell us what happened?
He wanted to try it out, and so he said if I wanted to, I can watch him. He's going to go outside through the foyer where it leads to the kitchen. It leads out to the foyer, and then there's a door right there. And so I followed him out. And
what did he do?
he went out with the rifle. He leaned up against the wall, and then I was like, "Don't you think it's kind of loud?" And he said, "No, it's okay." And then he started shooting upwards, up into the sky.
And was he able to fire that rifle?
Yeah, it was really loud.
Did Mr. Keetley, did he have any type of animals on his property?
Yeah, he had animals. He had cows, like little baby cows.
Okay. Did he have any other type of animals on his property?
I don't remember seeing any other. Just 2 dogs.
What about
in the front?
Any goats?
I'm not sure.
But you said you remember baby calves, is that correct?
Definitely, yes. Yeah.
Were there times that you assisted Mr. Keetley in feeding those baby calves?
Yes.
And how did that occur?
He was, because there were quite a few, and so he prepared the formula, and then from there we went out with the bottles, and he showed me how to feed them, the baby cows.
Did he demonstrate to you how to feed them?
Yes, yeah, otherwise I wouldn't know.
Can you show us how he demonstrated that the baby cows needed to be fed?
Well, you're supposed to stick your thumb or a finger or thumb into their mouth, and then when they start suckling, that's when you pull out your finger and stick in the bottle. But you also have to hold their face so that they can continue, guide them as they're suckling onto the bottle.
Did you actually see him feed a baby cow?
I had to watch to see how to do it, and so, yeah.
Did he have any issue being able to feed the baby cow?
No.
Okay. Did you also do that as well?
Yes.
Did you both participate in that?
Yes.
And when he was feeding the baby cow, was he able to use both of his hands during that process?
Yes, you have to hold their face and then put the bottle in at the same time.
What goes into making the baby bottle for the baby calves?
The formula was in the kitchen. The bottles were in the kitchen, and so you have to make measurements and then put it into the bottle, and he was doing that at his kitchen sink.
Okay. And so did you participate in that?
No, I just sat and watched him do that.
Was he the one that was able to do that?
Yes. Yeah.
And I think you said you physically watched him do that?
Yes, I did.
What about after they were fed? What happened?
Then we had to clean up, or he wanted to clean up. And so I went into the back, and he was just making sure that, so they can one at a time go out. And then he had the hose and started hosing wherever they peed or pooped.
So he was able to clean up after them as well?
Yeah, that's what he was doing.
I'm going to ask you about the defendant's laptop. At some point when you were dating him, did he do any sort of internet or research on your home?
Yes, he did.
And what was going on with your home?
I wanted to know what the value of the home was.
And during the course of that, did the defendant find out any information that you were not aware of on the computer?
Yes, he found some information. Yes.
And what was that information?
He found out that my ex-husband had taken out a loan against the house.
And was that information that you had any idea had occurred prior to him doing that type of research for you?
I had no idea.
During the time period when he provided you that information, was that in person or was that over the phone?
Well, we had talked about it over the phone, and then again at his house.
Was that done in front of you though?
The first search was not done in front of me, but the second one was.
And when he was searching that, were you able to see him use the computer?
Yes.
The first time or the second?
Oh, no, not the first time, the second time.
And so the first time you did not know or was aware of how well he could use a computer, is that correct?
Well, he had told me that he was really good at using the computer and finding information, and he found some really good information.
Were you happy that he was able to find that information for you?
Yes, I was very happy to find out.
While you were in the living room with the defendant or any time at his house, were there occasions where he would have used that laptop?
Yes.
Did you pay attention to how he was using the laptop?
Yeah, I saw him going online and checking information about the house.
Was there anything about him doing that that you noticed was unusual or strange?
No.
Again, was he able to use both hands while he was doing that?
Yeah, I saw him using his hands.
During that 2 to 4 month period when you were dating him, did you ever see that he was limping when he would walk?
No, I never really noticed him limping.
Were there times where you had seen him talk about injuries that he had with others?
Yes.
And when he was discussing those injuries, what type of injuries would he be discussing?
His hands.
What about his leg? Did he have injury to his leg?
I don't remember hearing him say anything about his leg.
Do you remember ever seeing him with a limp?
No.
Now, we talked about him driving that white truck. Was there times when he would drive your truck?
I didn't have a truck. I had a smaller car.
Okay, I'm sorry. Were there times where he would drive your smaller car?
Yes.
Okay. And when did that happen?
One night one day, maybe, I'm not sure what time of the day it was, but he wanted to go into a particular neighborhood and ride around and have me write down tag numbers.
And where specifically did he want to go?
This was an area where he was robbed.
And did he tell you that's where you're going?
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, he took me earlier at a different time to show me where he got robbed.
And was that in his car or was that in your car?
That was in my car.
And you said you were driving a smaller vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you driving or was he driving the first time that you went to the area where he had been shot?
I was driving the first time.
And you said that there was a second time that occurred, is that correct?
Yes.
Who was driving the second time?
He was driving the second time.
And again, where is, on your smaller vehicle, where would be the gear shift where you would shift from drive to park to neutral? Where would that be on the steering wheel of your vehicle?
It would be to the side of me, on
the right-hand side.
On the right-hand side. So I'll just move the gear. It's pretty easy.
When he was driving the vehicle, did you ever notice him anything unusual or awkward about when he was changing gears from park to drive?
No.
In your car, did you have any sort of special equipment or any sort of special device that you would use to move your gear shift for somebody who has any kind of disability?
No.
When you were in the white truck that Mr. Keetley was driving, was there any sort of device in that vehicle at any time when you were in his vehicle with him, any sort of device that would assist him or a disabled person in moving the gear shift?
No.
I want to ask you about that second time where you were in that neighborhood where he had been shot. What were you all doing in that neighborhood?
That was his route. That he used to go into that neighborhood to sell ice cream, so he would go there on a regular basis, and so he just wanted to show me. And he also showed me behind a sign, where he would stop and then just get his things together, count the money, and then go about whatever he does.
Now, the second time, did he have a specific purpose for going back there?
Yes.
And what was that?
He wanted me to take down tag numbers while he recited them to me. He would tell me what they were, and I would have to write them down.
And this was the second time, is that correct?
Yes.
That was the time he was driving?
Yes.
How was he dressed during that second trip?
I'm not sure what he was actually wearing, but on his head, he had one of those hunter hats or maybe a mosquito net type hat, something where you have complete coverage over your face and the neck area, and that's what he was wearing.
When you said that he asked you to provide him with some tags, is that correct?
Yes.
Was there someone that was writing down the tag numbers?
I was writing down the tag numbers.
And when you were doing that, was the car parked or was he driving?
We were driving. He was driving.
How fast or how slow was he driving when he was doing that, giving you tag numbers?
Slow enough that he would get the tag numbers and that I could write them down.
Was this during the daytime?
I'm not sure what time it was.
Do you remember if it was dark or light out?
It was light. It was light enough.
Were there people out in the neighborhood when you all were doing that?
Yes.
Did you have your face covered in any way?
No.
Were you concerned at the time when you guys were doing this?
Very.
And what was your concern?
My concern is that he was disguised, and that made me nervous, and also that I was like a sitting duck. That everyone could see my car and the woman that was sitting in the passenger seat. That was my main concern. I was very upset.
During the time period when you were dating him, did you have conversations about the investigation that was done by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
What statements did he make to you regarding that investigation?
His statements would be, oh, they're not doing their job, they're just sitting around, they're not asking questions, there are no follow-ups, and we call, they have no answers, to that effect.
Did he indicate to you, did he make statements to you about him doing his own investigation?
Yes.
And what did he tell you about that?
He said that if they're not going to do their job, then he's going to have to do it.
At some point, you said initially he had said that the people that had done this were that they were black. Is that correct?
Yes.
During the course of his investigation, did that ever change to you?
Yes.
What did he say about that?
That they were Hispanic.
Did he tell you where he got that information?
He said that he was asking around and that was what was told to him.
At some point during that time period when you were seeing him, did you ever see him cleaning a firearm?
Yes.
What type of firearm was that?
It looked like the 45.
Okay. Was there a time, where did that occur?
In the kitchen.
Okay. And what specifically did you see?
He had white gloves on, and he was loading up bullets into the gun.
And was that gun, was it assembled, or what was the appearance of the gun that you saw at the time when he was seated at the table?
It was, the cartridge holder was open, and the gun was in his hand, and he was trying to put the bullets inside.
At some point in your relationship with him, had you ever seen him move any sort of heavy furniture?
Yes.
When did that occur?
When I was working at the pediatric office, and they were getting rid of a file cabinet, and they asked if anybody wanted it, and I said I did.
And at some point, did you request the defendant to help you move that particular item?
Yes.
Can you describe for us the size of this cabinet?
It's approximately about as tall as the podium.
You're saying this podium right here?
Yes, and probably as wide as the desk.
And what was the material? What was it made of?
Wood.
Wood. And how long was it? When you look at this podium, was it longer than this podium?
As far as height-wise?
No, length.
Lengthwise, yes, it was wider.
It was wider than this?
Yes.
But similar height, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And were you at home when he delivered the bookcase to
Yes.
your house?
Yes.
Okay. And did he have anyone with him to assist him in moving that?
No.
Do you remember what vehicle he was driving?
His truck.
That white truck?
The white truck.
Okay. And was he able to maneuver that bookcase into your home?
Yes.
Did he have the assistance of a dolly when doing that?
I believe so.
Was there anyone that was helping him or assisting him with that bookcase?
No.
There was nobody with him at the truck when they brought the bookcase off of the truck?
No, no one was there. Just me.
Did you assist him in any way with moving it?
No.
Did you lift it at all?
No.
Okay. And where did it go in your home?
I believe it went into the second floor, into one of the guest rooms.
Was there any other time that you saw him lift or move some heavy objects?
Another time?
Yes.
Yes.
And what was that?
A car.
Okay. And when did that occur?
That occurred after the cabinet. I went by to go visit, and he was out in the field with, there was a truck parked, and it had a bed, and he was loading the car onto the bed.
Okay. And is that when you say field, is that a field that was there at the Keetley property back at his residence?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you see? What were you able to observe at that point?
I was able to observe everything. He was loading up this car onto the bed of the truck. I was happy. I thought, wow, this is great, feeling great.
And when you say, what type of vehicle was it?
It was like a tow truck, but it had a bed in the back where you could load up a car.
Okay. And did it have a crane and stuff of that nature to assist with loading it onto the bed of the truck?
Yes, it did.
But he was able to hook it up.
Objection. Read first objection.
Ma'am, during that time period when you're talking about this vehicle on the Keetley property, was there anyone else present at the time?
His mother and the pastor.
A pastor, is that
Yes,
correct?
the
Okay.
pastor of his church.
Was his mother or his pastor assisting him in any way?
His mother was just standing alongside of me, and the pastor was in the truck, in the driver's seat.
Okay. Was he the one picking up the vehicle?
No,
No. What driver's seat was he in?
the driver's seat of the truck, the tow truck.
The tow truck?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Did the defendant ever tell you what he did for a living?
Yes,
And what was that?
airline mechanic.
And did he ever tell you about that he would sell ice cream from that van?
Yes,
Do you remember when the two of you stopped dating? Do you remember the time period?
yes.
And when was that?
Around the end of September.
During Halloween, were the two of you still together at that point?
No,
Did you know anyone by the name of David Beckwith?
No, I don't remember it.
What about Wesley Smith?
No.
Had the defendant introduced you to either one of those individuals?
He introduced me to some people, but I don't remember their names.
Okay. And those two names that I've just read to you, do they sound familiar at all?
No.
Do you want me to have one moment?
Yes.
When you were at the Keetley residence, did you ever see any sort of shirt that had any sort of law enforcement insignia writing on it?
I saw one shirt, but it looked like it said police.
Okay, and where was that? Do you remember?
It was just like laying around by his closet area.
Do you remember the color of it?
No, it could have been dark blue.
And going back to when you and the defendant were feeding those baby calves, can you tell us how big those bottles were, like in relation to, say, a baby bottle?
Right. Okay, well, baby calves are pretty big. And so I would say they were maybe about this big, because, I mean, you got to feed them, right? Mm-hmm. And so you have to have enough formula for them to get full. So I'm going to just say maybe about this big.
When you say this big, are you referring to the length?
Or the length of the bottle. But as far as big as the bottle, maybe about so big.
Okay, you're making a circle with both of your hands for the width?
Yes, yeah. It had to have enough to feed them, and
And going back to that second time where you were taking the tag numbers when you were driving with the defendant where he had been shot, you said that there were individuals out in that neighborhood. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what the ethnic background were of the people that were just in that neighborhood?
Hispanic.
Judge, I have nothing further. We'd pass the witness.
All right, cross-examination? Yes, sir. Good morning, Ms. Towers.
Good morning.
So I have, let me have just one moment, Your Honor. Yes. All right, good morning again.
Good morning again.
How are you? I understand. So I want to first talk to you about the medical issue you described that affects your memory. This medical issue was first diagnosed in 2008. Is that correct? Around that time, between 2008 to 2010?
No, I think it was around 2011.
Let me rephrase that a little bit better, if I may. Your diagnosis, whenever it occurred, you've been having issues with your memory since 2008.
It's hard to explain.
I got you. But this memory issue continues even to this day, right?
I feel much better now.
Better now, I understand
Yes.
that, but this has been an issue. Your memory has been an issue for a number of years. Can we agree on that?
I'll agree if I could say I was very distracted.
And as far as the relationship you had with Michael Keetley, I think you said the first time you saw him in the karaoke club or the karaoke community. You did not notice him. He was unkempt, didn't have a good haircut, that type of thing.
Well, yeah, I noticed that.
Right. You notice that, but now the second time he picked up a little bit of weight, right?
Yes.
Looked more presentable, at least to your eye.
He looked really different. He didn't look the same.
When we talk about when that second meeting occurred, when you looked at him and you saw that he was different, you're not really sure when that was, right?
What do you mean? Like
Well-
what night that was?
Well,
or
sometime in 2010, but you don't remember when. Is that right?
Not specifically the month, but it was in 2010.
It's a general time frame, yes?
Yes.
And when you talked with him, that's when you first learned about his story.
I learned about his story when I inquired to the person next to me.
Right. And so then you had a conversation with him where he told you what happened, right?
Yes.
And he told you what you testified to on direct, but it was that black people had done this to him. A black girl and then two people he thought was black in ski masks, right?
Right.
We're going to jump ahead because at some point in time, he was telling you he was hearing on the street that Hispanic people had been involved, right?
Yes, that's what he was saying.
That's what was told to him on the street, right?
Yes.
And you were aware that he had been calling the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, right?
He was telling me that.
Did you know the name of the detective that was leading up that investigation?
I didn't ask.
Right. Does the name Noland ring a bell or do anything for you?
No.
You do not know how many times that Mr. Keetley called Detective Noland, do you?
According to him, he called a lot.
Several times, right?
Yes, and I believe his parents, family too.
And you talked about a time where he drove your car into an area of town, right?
Yeah.
And you took down license tag numbers for him. And you have described, excuse me, you do not recall when in 2010 that would have been, do you?
Not exactly, no.
And you were not involved in any of the phone calls that Mr. Keetley made to law enforcement, were you?
No.
You were not present for any one phone call he made to Detective Noland or anybody else with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I try to make it a habit not to eavesdrop on anyone when they're on the phone.
Understand. So then we know that you were not present for any of those conversations, right?
I'm going to say yes, but he could have, but
You don't recall any of these conversations, do you?
no.
You don't recall him giving any tag numbers to Detective Noland, do you?
No.
So what he did with those tag numbers, you do not know, right?
I'm going to say no.
The area of town that you and he drove in was not Ruskin, was it?
I wasn't familiar with the area, but I do believe it was in Ruskin.
Right? It was Old Sun City, wasn't it?
It could have been.
You do not recall where he took you, right?
I thought it was Ruskin.
Right?
Yeah.
He took you twice to the location where he was shot.
Yes.
First time he said, "This is where it happened to me."
Mm-hmm.
And then the second time was when you went back in daylight, yes?
It was light out.
Okay. So he was driving fast enough, or I guess slow enough for you to be able to take down the tags as he gave them to you.
Yes.
Okay. You do not remember how many license tags?
Well, I started to complain that I wasn't really happy about what we were doing.
Right.
And so he continued to call out numbers anyway.
How
And
many
I continued to write.
How many license tags did you take down?
Probably about 5 or 6.
Now, as far as when that occurred, I think you've already said you do not know. When in 2010 that took place? you
No,
do
I
not
don't.
know,
I
right?
couldn't say.
You talked about injury to Mr. Keetley. First of all, of course, you were aware that he'd been shot. People told you, and then Mr. Keetley told you, right?
Yes.
And certainly, well, I heard you say on direct examination that Mr. Keetley did not have a limp. Is that what your testimony is?
I didn't notice a limp.
All right. And I think you also said on direct examination that his hands did not have a disability or limp or anything noticeable.
I didn't notice anything with his hands.
Show me how he would do his hands.
Well, there was one time that he was like this.
Okay. When you say like this, you've got your right hand limp, right?
Yeah.
And in fact, you've described his right hand as limpy, haven't you?
And for that one time, yeah.
For that one time?
Yep.
No other time?
I didn't notice any other time.
When was that?
For the remaining time that we were hanging out.
When in 2010 did you notice the limp
The limp?
of his hand? Yes.
Well, we were out having lunch after the gun show, and there was a waitress that wanted his order and my order, and it was at that time that he told her that he had been shot, and then I noticed his hand was like this when he was telling her the story.
And you never noticed any limp at all on his leg. Is that your testimony?
No. Yeah.
Is that, you agree with me on that?
Yes, I never noticed a limp.
Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
I do.
Right. It was with another attorney, but you were put under oath the same way that you were put under oath today.
Yes.
And that deposition was quite a number of years ago, wasn't it?
Yes.
I think it was in September of 2012, specifically September 10 of 2012. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember that night.
Okay. You were asked the following question, counsel. I'm referring to page 85, starting at line 3. Did you, and here's the question, I'm reading the quote. Question, did you ever show any other disabilities? Hands. You said sometimes he holds his hands up, and answer, yeah, he had a slight limp. Question, a limp? Answer, yeah, he had a small limp. Question, okay, what leg would he limp on? Answer, I don't know which leg. Sorry. Do you remember that question and answer?
I remember my answers.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as far as the hand, counsel page 86, starting at line 2. Well, actually, let me go back. 85, line 25. Question, he could use his hands. Answer, he could use his hands. Question, normally? Answer, I don't know if it was normal, but I noticed he did have a small limp on one hand, but I would say the right hand. Question, a small limp? Answer, like the hand would be a little limpy, but he could still move it, and if he needed to, he could still use it. Do you remember those questions and answers?
Yes.
All right. And in fact, at his house, which I know you've said you were at, you know that he was sleeping downstairs, right?
Yeah, he showed me his room, and he
was-
said that's where he was sleeping, on
Sorry,
that bed.
did not mean to talk over you. I think you are aware that before he was shot, he did not live with his parents, right?
I didn't know anything about him before he was shot.
Well, there was a trailer on the property that you saw, right? You
Yeah,
remember
that was after he was shot.
right after he
Yeah.
was shot.
But I had no idea about anything about Michael before he was shot.
And you saw that trailer and it was messy. You remember that, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay, that's the trailer he lived at before he was shot. He showed that to you, right?
Yes.
And then after he was shot, he was now living with his parents in the main house, right?
That's what he said.
Well, you were there, I think, 2 or 3 times.
No, he was telling me about how he was living when I was there.
In that bottom floor, or that first floor, is a 2-story house. Yes.
Right. Yes.
And that bottom floor had a hospital bed. We saw a picture of it, right?
Yes.
That's what he was sleeping in, a hospital bed, correct?
That's what he said. Yes.
Did not have any reason to disagree with him, did you?
I never saw him in the bed.
You saw his scars?
No,
Never saw his scars?
I wasn't looking for him.
Okay. Well, there was a time that you washed him, helped him wash, right?
His back.
Right?
Yeah.
'Cause
He said he needed help washing his back.
And you're aware that his mother helped him clean himself and do other things for him, right?
He said his mother would have to help him with that.
Were you around his mother as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay. She gave him medication regularly.
I never saw her do that.
Okay. Well, you did know that he complained of pain on more than one occasion,
He
right?
complained and recommended the Tiger Balm.
Okay. Are you saying that you're not aware of the medications he was taking?
I'm not aware.
Okay. As far as shoes, you know that he had Velcro shoes, slip-ons, right?
I never really looked at his shoes.
Are you telling me you never looked at his shoes? And
Not
do
really.
not know what type of shoes he was?
I know that he did mention that he had Velcro shoes.
Is it your testimony that you do not recall, or is it your testimony that you did not say that his sneakers were Velcro?
I don't recall.
All right. Can I approach you and show you your deposition?
Yeah.
To help you refresh your recollection,
Yeah,
if that will work.
that's fine.
All right. Counsel, page 88 of the deposition. I have a clean copy if you prefer, but I'm going to ask you to look at page 88, starting at line 23. And if you need me to go further, let me know. I'm going to step.
What do you want me to do?
I'd like you to read
Oh.
to yourself, not out loud.
Oh, I
Okay.
thought you wanted me to
No.
read it out loud. I started reading.
No. Well, I'm glad you cleared that up. Start with line 23. Read that to yourself. And if you need me to go to the next page, I can.
Yeah, you can go to the next page if you want. If there's more.
Do you need me to go further?
Yeah, there's more.
Yeah, the answer will end at line 1.
Okay.
I'm taking back my computer. Now that I've shown you that portion of your deposition, your memory is refreshed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, his sneakers were Velcro sneakers, right?
Yep.
You saw them, correct?
Yes.
He had difficulty tying his shoes, right?
That's what he said.
Okay. Well, you never saw him with any tie shoes on, right? It was always the Velcro sneakers.
Right. Well, like I said, I wasn't really paying attention to what shoes he was wearing.
I got it. Let's talk about Ruskin for just a second. You were aware that he had a fondness for the people of Ruskin, right?
The community that he would sell the ice cream to?
Yes.
The children, yes.
Right. He was fond of them, they were fond of him, right?
I don't know how they were, but I know that he talked about the children.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes he gave them free stuff or let people run a tab. You remember that? Yes.
No, I don't remember what he would do.
Let's talk about your testimony is that you thought he had a 45 and a 22. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you're not sure of that, are you?
Well, the first night that he asked if I could meet with him out in the parking lot from, I believe it was Incognito's. And when he opened the truck, he showed me a gun. And I believe that gun was a .45. He had it in the truck.
You're not sure of that, are you?
Sure that I saw the gun?
You're not sure what the caliber of the gun was.
It looked like a .45.
Right. But in actuality, let's go to the target practicing that you say happened, right? You cannot recall whether Mr. Keetley used his right hand or his left hand to fire a gun.
I don't know which hand he uses normally, but it looked like he used his right hand.
All right. Well, let me go to that first, because that was my next point. Whether he's dominant right or dominant left, you do not know, correct?
Ambidextrous?
You don't know if he's ambidextrous or a righty or lefty. You know nothing about that.
No, I didn't know.
Okay. And you don't recall which hand he used to shoot with, right?
Well, he demonstrated it to me with his right hand. I do believe that he used his right hand.
In fact, previously you have said you're not sure whether he had a .44 or a .45, right?
Close in caliber.
Okay. I'm not going to debate that with you. I'm asking whether it was a .44 or a .45. And
I'm going to say, based upon what I have seen, I would think that it was a .45.
I understand. Previously, though, you have said you're not sure whether it was a .44 or a .45, right?
If that's what I said.
Okay. And in fact, when you were asked to describe these two guns, you said one of them was a revolver, right?
Yes.
And you did not know much about the other firearm.
The other one I think was a .22.
Okay. So the .45 was a revolver?
A gun, yes.
Okay. There we go. So the one that you're describing as a .45 is a revolver.
I guess that's what you call a gun, right?
You said that you saw him clean the firearm on one occasion in the kitchen.
Yes, he was, when I walked in, he was with white gloves on and trying to put the bullets inside of the caliber.
This is this same revolver?
The same one.
Okay. And when you saw him doing that, you actually went into that living room area to sit and watch TV while he was in the kitchen, right?
Yeah, till he called me.
And this is that same 45 revolver, as you call it, with the cylinder.
It looked like the same one.
Yeah. You know what a revolver is, and how that looks, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess.
Let's talk about this police shirt. You said you think it was a blue shirt, dark blue. That's what you recall.
It looked like a dark blue.
So previously, you've been asked about that, right? Do you recall that?
I recall the
deposition?
question about what this. It sounds almost exactly the way you're asking me.
Okay. So, first of all, do you remember being asked, have you ever seen Michael Keetley with a cop T-shirt? And your answer being no.
No.
Okay? That's your same answer today.
Right.
Have you ever seen Michael Keetley with a cop T-shirt? The answer is no.
Yeah. And I took it as if he had it on.
And then the follow-up, a black T-shirt that says cops or sheriff. And your answer is no. I've never seen that. That's still your answer, right?
My answer was I believe it said police.
Yes, we're going to get to that.
Oh.
I want to first walk through it. Have you ever seen him with a black cop T-shirt? The answer is no.
No.
Have you ever seen him with a shirt that said sheriff on it? The answer is no.
No.
What you did say in regards to a blue shirt or a dark blue shirt that said police,
Yeah,
right?
That's what it looked like. Yeah.
It was lying in a pile of clothes, this
Yeah.
shirt.
Yes.
And in fact, you were not even sure that the shirt said police.
Well, the bundle of clothes, they were all mixed up, and I got to see police.
But you weren't sure of that, were you?
Well, I wouldn't have said it if I wasn't sure.
Okay. Referring to page 87, starting at line 16. Excuse me, let me go back. I'll start at line 11. Question, you know whose shirt that was? Answer, nope. So you don't know whose blue shirt that was, right?
This is true.
Okay. And then, and I'm just giving a context to your answer. Okay. Question, what color was it? Answer, dark blue. Question, okay. It said the words police? Answer, that's what it looked like because it was just thrown. So it looked like it said police.
Yes.
Right? Whose shirt that was, size, anything like that, you do not know.
Correct.
Now you, having spent time around the Keetley family, know that this main house where that hospital bed was, Mr. and Mrs. Keetley lived there. Right? You know that.
They weren't there as often.
But you know that's their residence, yes?
They own the home, yes.
Okay. And you saw them there, right?
A couple of times.
Okay. Michael Keetley has a sister,
Yes, I met the sister.
Jessica. Is that her name?
Yeah, I guess. I forgot.
Had a brother, other family members, right?
The brother. Yes, I met the brother.
You were asked about a fellow named David Beckwith, and you do not know David Beckwith, do you?
No, I don't know. But
In all the times that you had been at the Keetley house, you did not see David Beckwith at that house, right?
I don't remember seeing.
Yeah. Do not know the name Wesley Smith. Well,
I don't recognize him.
you answered the question. It was poorly asked. Well, I'll ask it again. A person associated with the name Wesley Smith. You do not know that person, do you?
No.
Now, you are aware that at some point in time, Michael Keetley started driving his ice cream van through his regular routes.
After the hospital?
Correct.
Yeah, I guess so.
Right. Because that,
I really don't know.
to my point, you did not ever go on an ice cream route, or you did
With
not.
him?
Yes.
No.
Right. You never did that.
No.
I think you were working at the time at a doctor's office. I know you had a couple of employment locations, but you were regularly working at that time. Yes.
I had a regular job at
Yes.
a pediatric office, yes.
There we go. I couldn't remember what was the pediatric office at that time, but that's what
In
you
Brandon,
were.
yes.
Let's talk about the issue with the computer. So you kind of touched on it, and I'm not going to go too deep, but you had a divorce, and as part of the settlement, you got some property, right?
Yes, it was court ordered.
Right. And you learned that your ex-husband took out a loan on property that he should not have taken out.
With the help of his girlfriend, yes.
Right. So those two people basically stole from you, right?
Yes, they did.
Now, you indicated to me, or excuse me, on direct examination, that Michael Keetley was helpful to you in finding out about that.
He asked me who was Gloria Santos, and it turns out that she was our financial consultant.
And that's the ex-girlfriend that helped
And
your
that was the
husband.
girlfriend.
Sorry, I was talking over you. Let me ask the question again so our record's clear, okay? Gloria Santos is, or was, at that time, the girlfriend of your ex-husband, and the two of them together had taken advantage of your property.
Yes, they committed fraud.
Right. You had found out some of that, and then you turned to Michael Keetley to do a search, right? Or look into it.
Well, yeah, that was on the second visit.
Right. And I think he told you he was savvy, he being Michael Keetley, he was savvy in real estate,
Right,
right?
he bragged about it, yes.
Now, your testimony is, if I understand that correctly, that you saw him on the laptop.
Yes, I did.
And you saw him use the laptop.
Yes, I did.
And you saw him use the laptop as it related to this computer search. Is that right?
Yep.
And when he was doing this search, you saw it. And you saw him use both hands. Is that your testimony?
I saw him using both hands.
Right. Page 56, counsel. Starting at line 10. Question, how did he find that out, do you reckon? When we're talking about that, it's this Gloria Santos and your ex-husband, okay?
Yes.
That's what the question refers to with that. Question, how did he find that out, do you reckon? Answer, he went online. Apparently, he told me that. Question, could he use a computer? He was real estate savvy, and he could use the computer that he questioned with both hands. Answer, I do not know if he used both hands. We were on the phone. And any time that he did use the computer, I never really noticed. Question, did you ever see him use a computer? Answer, yes, I have, but I never really took notice if he used both hands or one hand. Never. Question, do you know if he used just one finger from time to time? Answer, even if it was one finger, I never really paid any attention to that. Do you remember those questions and answers being asked of you?
The first time it was over the phone,
Okay. I'm asking you.
but that's saying something different.
Okay. I'm asking you if you remember those questions and answers.
I do
right?
remember the
Right. And the search was, in fact, over the phone, right?
The first
Right.
search.
And you were asked follow-up questions. Did you ever see him use a computer? And you said, I never paid attention. One hand, two hands, one finger, you never paid attention to that. That's what you said back in your deposition back in 2012, right?
I said that for the second visit.
There wasn't a qualifier on that question, was it?
What do you mean?
Could he use a computer? Real estate savvy, and he could use the computer that he questioned with both hands. I don't know if he used both hands. We were on the phone, and any time that he did use the computer, I never really noticed. Question, did you ever see him use a computer? Answer, yes, I have, but I never really took notice if he used both his hands or one hand. Never. Question, do you know if he used just one finger from time to time? Answer, even if it was one finger, I never really paid attention to that. Those are the questions you were asked, and these are the answers you gave.
Right.
Do I need to show it to you? I can show it to you.
No, but it's true.
Okay.
I saw him use his hands, but I wasn't going to sit there and watch him throughout the whole time. So that's why I say I never really took notice.
All right. So this Gloria Santos thing, as a result of him finding that out, you gave him a nickname, right?
Superman.
Superman. That's what you called him.
Yes.
You were very grateful and very pleased that he helped expose this, right?
Yeah.
You do not recall when, as you call it, you broke up.
May we approach?
Yes.
I know that you've been sitting for a while, and if for some reason you need to stand up momentarily and stretch, that's all right. But I'm told we're almost done with this witness, so my plan is to finish with this witness and then take our lunch break. All right. You can stand up. Absolutely. Don't hesitate. Stand up and stretch your legs if you have to. I just, for your information, didn't want to take a break now, come back at noon, which would really be our lunch break. So we're going to try to finish this witness, and I'm told we can do it in relatively short period of time. But as long as you don't talk to each other, you're welcome to stand up and stretch your legs while we're waiting to finalize this witness.
I'm sorry, may I, real quick. Sorry. I was asking you about the nickname that you had for him, and that was Superman.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. Now, at some point in time, at the end of September, I think it was, that you said the two of you broke up or stopped seeing each other in what we may call as a boyfriend-girlfriend type of relationship, if that's even what it ever was. Right?
That was not that.
Okay. Well, whatever it was, whatever together means to you, it ended around the end of September.
Yes.
Okay. The two of you would still go out to karaoke.
Yes.
Right. I think you really like karaoke, right?
I love it.
It's great. I think you've called it crackaoke for how addictive and how fun it is, right?
Yes.
Sure. And you would still see Michael Keetley during that time. You just weren't together, whatever that word is.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, you sent him some text messages, right?
Yes, I did.
All right. I'll approach you. If I may approach, sir. Thank you. All right. I'm just going to show.
Some of it?
Right. I'm not going to go read them in details. I'm just kind of showing you. Now, Norma Jean, that would be you, right?
Uh-huh.
And I think previously you've testified. Do you still have the same cell number?
No, I have
All
a
right,
different one.
yeah. But I think previously you've seen these messages. And to be fair, these are not all your messages, right? There are some messages.
Oh, yes, there are.
Sure. But that number right there, which we're not going to read out loud, starts with our local area code. That was your number
yes,
at the time.
That's a very old number, yes.
Yes, right. And you sent him a lot of text messages into November of 2002.
Yes, I did.
And you were referencing to him as Superman and wanting to get back together, right?
I'm going to say yes.
Right. And these are text messages that you repeatedly sent to him and he did not respond to.
That's true.
Yes.
Let me come back up to you.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit of an unfair question here, but there are several here. I'm just kind of getting an idea of how many texts you sent to him. Can you agree with me?
There are a lot.
Right.
But there were a lot before then, too.
Sure. There are more than 20 text messages that you sent to him, maybe even 30,
Maybe.
referencing that you wanted to get back together with.
Not just referencing that.
Okay. But other things, too.
Yes, other things.
Certainly you wanted to get back together with him.
I had my reason.
I'm not asking what your reason is. I'm just asking what your words are.
This is correct.
Okay?
Yes.
And repeatedly you're saying you want to get back together with them.
Not repeatedly, no. I don't see it repeatedly.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
Yes. Ms. Towers, in that summer of 2010 to September of 2010, when you would visit the defendant at his residence, did he tell you who was living at that residence with him? Those photographs that we showed you where you pointed out that bedroom?
Mm-hmm.
Who did he say was living with him during that time period?
He said his parents.
And when you were there, those times where you were visiting him on that property, did you see his parents actually there at that home?
His mother once in the garden, again, target practice. And I don't even really remember seeing his father in the house.
Was there a point in time where you had visited them at another home?
Yes.
And where was that home?
That was located at Mount Dora?
Mount Dora, Florida?
Mount Dora,
Okay.
yes.
Different location, is that
A
correct?
completely different location.
And when did you visit him at that home?
I was invited by him and the family to go visit for the weekend of 4th of July.
And how many times would you say that either, whether it was target practice or watching television, how many times would you say during that 2 to 4 month period did you go to that residence, to Michael Keetley's residence?
The residents of the farm?
Yes.
A lot. I can't say how many times because we hung out a lot.
And during that time period, had you ever seen the father there during that time period?
I don't remember really seeing the father. Maybe.
And how many times would you have seen his mother there?
I can say twice.
Twice, okay. And you said that you hung out there a lot. During the week, how many times during that 2 to 4 month period would you be over there during the week?
Probably 2 or 3 times.
During the time period while you were seeing him?
Yes.
Now, I know Mr. Grant specifically asked you about that laptop, and you were deposed on this case. Your deposition occurred back September 18th of 2012. Is that correct?
Yes.
Several years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And during that deposition, do you remember saying that there were other times that you had seen him use the computer? Is that correct?
Yes.
And during that time period, was there anything unusual or awkward that you noticed that stood out to you when he was using that laptop?
No.
I have nothing further, Judge.
May this witness be released by the state
Yes, Your Honor.
and by the defense or subject to recall?
Okay. Subject to recall.
All right, ma'am. That means you don't have to wait outside today, but you are subject possibly to recall. So please, just if we call you and let you know to come back, you'll have to come back. But you may step down now. Your testimony for today is concluded. And ladies,
thank you.
You're very welcome. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, while the witness is stepping down, you may have guessed, because I promised, that we were going to take our lunch break after that. If I gave you a normal hour and 15 minutes, it would put us within 5 minutes, I think, of 1 o'clock. So I'm going to round up. So you're going to get an hour and 20 minutes today, and we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case, and please avoid all reports of the case outside of the courtroom. So we will see you all back at 1. Please have a nice lunch. All rise for the jury. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. All right, this is what... you can leave. You can take off, ma'am. Thank you. Be safe. Watch your step. All right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to take a lunch. We're going to take, the full lunch break. I'm going to continue to consider what I've reserved on regarding the deposition of Miss Bell. You all are welcome to talk, and if you make some arrangements otherwise before I announce my decision, you're welcome to do that. But if I do decide to allow it, then I believe we had discussed earlier there was a possibility of just breaking earlier today and allowing the deposition to take place at or after 3 o'clock today. So that's one of the things that if you await my decision, then you'll have to just have some backup plans in case I say I'm going to allow it. If you all agree and want to make arrangements during the lunch hour, then you're welcome to do that. Anything from either side?
Judge, no, I'll confer with co-counsel.
Excellent. All right, so I'll see you all at 1 o'clock. I'll be back. Thank you all.
The order goes back in session.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Everyone have a nice lunch. Maybe not. That's all right. I did. Are all the jurors here?
Yes, sir, they are.
All right, let's get the jury.
Are you hiring?
I had to take you.
What's that? I can't hear you. Apparently not.
Are you getting the jurors, or are they?
Yeah, I told him to get the jury.
Okay.
They're right outside the door, it sounds like.
Ready, Judge?
Yes.
All rise, jury, hearing courtroom.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I hope everyone had a nice lunch. And as we're pretty close to the time that I told you we were going to get started, but if there is any delay, I take full responsibility for that. At this time, I'm going to ask the state to please call their next witness.
At this time, the state would be introducing the testimony of retired Detective Sackman.
Okay, and is that prior testimony like I've read the instruction regarding before?
Yes, Judge.
And are there any edits to it?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know it sounds redundant, but I'm going to go ahead and just read you the instruction again, just to be on the safe side. Prior sworn witness testimony will be played for you. There may be other lawyers conducting previous hearings or portions of this trial. Please do not be concerned with the type of hearing or age of the case. Instead, focus on the testimony and evidence presented. You may proceed and tell me one more time, I apologize, for the name of the witness.
Retired Detective Sackman.
Sackman, okay.
being said, may I approach witness Doherty?
Certainly. Are you ready on that?
I believe so.
Okay. Just before I do that, let me ask, by show of hands, was anybody exposed to anything about the case during the lunch break, or did anybody discuss anything about the case by show of hands? Let the record reflect there are no hands. Again, thank you all very much. It looks like the video is up, so I'm going to let the state proceed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Spell your last name for the record.
John Lloyd Sackman, S-A-C-K-M-A-N.
And sir, are you employed or are you currently retired?
I've been retired for approximately 2.5 years.
And from where did you retire?
Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
What capacity did you work for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department before you retired?
I was a crime scene detective.
And how long had you been a crime scene detective with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office before you retired?
Approximately 28 years.
In your capacity as a crime scene detective with the Hillsborough County, so would it be safe to assume that you were working for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department as a crime scene detective in 2010 and specifically Thanksgiving time of 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
In your capacity as a crime scene investigator and as a crime scene detective, did you participate in the investigation that resulted in the arrest of Michael Keetley for murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And specifically on November the 28th of 2010, did you respond to 4935 Bonita Drive, Mr. Keetley's and his parents' home, to assist in the execution of a search warrant at that address?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember more or less at what time of the day or night that you arrived?
I'm thinking approximately 11:20 or so in the morning.
In the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as a crime scene detective, what is your function when you go out to a scene to assist in the execution of a search warrant?
Predominantly with this particular case, my objective was to assist in the search of certain items, document through photography those items, and collect them.
When you were participating in the processing or the search of the Bonita Drive area, were you working inside or outside of a home?
I was on the outside of the house.
Were there any other members of the crime scene unit also assisting in the search warrant execution?
I believe there were on the inside of the house, but the outside of the house I basically covered it.
And were you working in connection with and under the direction of the homicide detectives during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you briefly, well, let me show you State's Exhibit number 190A and ask you if you can recognize what we are seeing in 190A.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it that we're seeing in 190A?
It is the address that I responded to.
And this would be Bonita Drive, as has already been established through prior testimony, and this is the long driveway leading to the Keetley home. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was it that you did when you got to that scene?
Basically, all the detectives got together and we proceeded, after reading of the search warrant, we proceeded to search the property.
In what area of the property did you start the search, sir? Did you yourself?
Basically, it was north of the house.
Okay.
We worked in a counterclockwise direction, working our way towards the small pasture area that's to the west of the house. Then we went to the back and then up through the east.
So this is the area, right, and for purposes of the written record, I'm circling the area on the top center of the photograph. Is that correct?
Correct. You were going in the correct direction also.
Okay, so this is, you come up here and then you started searching in this area right here.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were searching the area, did you see several cars and trailers in the property?
Yes, ma'am, but my primary objective was photographing those vehicles and that. We had other detectives searching the area and they'd bring things to my attention.
All right, so when I meant, so you did see, either because you saw them yourself or they were brought up to your attention, several vehicles in that area that we discussed a few minutes earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me show you what is already in evidence as States Exhibit 189A, 189B, and 189C. This being 189A. Is that one of the vehicles that you photographed in that property?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that vehicle located?
That was just to the northwest part of the house, if I'm not mistaken.
And 189B? Let me take one. That's as small as it goes. 189B is showing what?
It's the interior of that truck.
And 189C is showing us?
It's the back seat area of that truck.
Okay, let me show you States Exhibit Mark for identification is 143A, 143B, and 143C. Do you recognize those photographs, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those photographs of 3 additional vehicles that you photographed at the Bonita Drive address?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they in the same, do they fairly and accurately represent the items as you photographed them on November the 28th?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time I'll move 143A, B, and C in evidence.
Any objection?
None of the previous numbers.
All right, they'll be admitted at this time.
Okay, and 143A is showing us what?
It's a Dodge pickup truck. I believe it was just to the west of the house.
Okay, and 143B is showing us what?
It's another vehicle, Chevy pickup, at the rear of the house, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, and if we are looking at States Exhibit number 143A on the very top of the photograph, do you see what appears to be the back of a blue pickup truck?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the same pickup truck that we're seeing in 143B?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
And 143C is this another vehicle that you photographed at the same location?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it's one of the Jaguars that was on the property.
I'm sorry, one of the,
Jaguars.
all right. And for purposes of perspective, is the blue pickup truck that we see here the same one that we saw on the prior photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And going back to State's Exhibit number 143B, is this part of the house? Is that the photograph?
Yes, ma'am. That's the back of the house.
And this is one of those sheds so that you can park vehicles and trailers in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also did you also see some ice cream trucks?
Yes, ma'am. There were 2 ice cream vans.
And did you photograph them as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to photograph and look at a purple ice cream truck? With a tag 192 XKP.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you also have an opportunity to photograph the inside of that ice cream truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask you to look at these and see if you recognize them as the photographs of that ice cream truck that you took on November the 28th, 2010. Recognize them?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And are they a very accurate depiction of what that pickup truck looked like on November the 28th?
Yes, ma'am, but it's a van, if I'm not mistaken.
And I said pickup truck, didn't I?
Yes.
The ice cream truck, the ice cream van.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. Judge, 147 is already in evidence. The state will be moving 148, 148A, 148B, and 149 in evidence.
Any objection?
None other than previously.
Okay. All right. They will be abated this time.
So 147 shows well, actually, this photograph, is that showing both ice cream trucks?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the one that is closest to us with tag 192 XKP is in the front area.
Well, they're both behind the house.
Oh, well, I mean the front area, I mean the main area of the photograph.
Oh, yes.
And this area back here, that is the back of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
148, what are we seeing here?
This is the driver's cab area of the ice cream van. It's a Ford Econoline, if I'm not mistaken.
And 148A?
This is the front cab area from the passenger side.
$149.
It's the dashboard area of the Ford Econoline van.
And in the van, we can see sunglasses and a bullet.
Yes, ma'am.
Were those items taken into evidence?
Only the sunglasses, the bullet was left there.
And now 148B, is that the interior of the ice cream van?
Yes, ma'am.
When you and the detectives were searching that area, did you comment, did you notice or did you come in contact with a partial van?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was it that you saw this partial van?
It was to,
Same objections as previously raised.
Same ruling, so overruled, you can proceed.
it was to the east of the house on the other side of the barbed wire fence.
And so let me show you 190C. Do you recognize what we are seeing on this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is it that we're seeing in this photograph?
You see the dirt road near the upper third of the thing going from north to south. You then see a clump of trees. Within that area is the house. A little bit to the bottom, within that clump of trees, is where the upside down Chevy van was.
And is this the area that I'm pointing at?
Yes, within the tree area though.
And is that where you located a partial van?
Yes, it was just the body of the van. All the innards and the front end have been removed.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 55, and 56, and asking if you recognize those.
Yes, ma'am, I recognize them.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the state of the partial van as you found it and photographed it on November the 28th at the Bonita Drive address?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, of 150 is already in evidence. The state will move 151, 52, 53, 54, and 55.
Any other objections previously discussed?
No, no, no.
They'll be admitted.
When you came upon this this van, how was it on the property? In the upright position, upside down on the side?
It was upside down, as you see in the photograph.
When you first came upon the van, did you walk around the van and photograph it in its condition as you were approaching it?
Yes, ma'am.
So let me show you State's Exhibit 150, which has already been seen by the jury and previously admitted. Is this the upside down white van?
Yes, ma'am.
What am I pointing to the right of the photograph?
That's a trailer that's just to the east of the van.
What, if anything, did you notice or attracted your attention to this van, upside down van?
Bullet holes in it.
And are there some bullet holes depicted on this area right here of the van?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, okay, so because of the tag, it's a deadly giveaway, this is the back of the van.
Yes, ma'am.
And what area is this?
That would be the passenger side.
State's Exhibit 151. Is this the same van?
Yes, it is.
And what is it that we are seeing here?
It's going to be the driver's side of the vehicle.
Now, to put things in perspective, is this the house?
Yes, it is.
And are we seeing here the, keep on calling them trucks, the ice cream vans that you photographed and we saw previously in the other photographs?
I really can't tell. It's just a glimpse through the trees, but look at one of the other pictures, you see the canopy area where the RV's parked in that same photograph, and just to the west of that was the vans in question.
And did you notice any bullet holes on this side of the van as well?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit number 152, which portion of the van are we seeing now?
I believe that's going to be the cargo door, if I'm not mistaken.
And that's the door that opens up?
Yes, the sliding door.
153,
That's going to be the driver's side of the van with the driver's door leaning against it.
and once again, we're seeing the damage from apparent bullet holes.
Yes, ma'am.
154,
This is going to be the passenger side with the sliding glass door next to it.
and what is this area right here?
That's the rear passenger side wheel well.
When you are looking at this truck, did you notice anything on or in the area of the wheel well?
Yes, it was covered with leaves, and there was a projectile within those leaves.
Okay, let me show you State's Exhibit number 155. Okay, and the other one is this the wheel well that we saw in the prior photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at the bottom portion of the photograph, we see a collection of leaves. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the projectile visible from this photograph?
I don't readily see it in this photograph. I took another photograph that's a lot better now.
Which is number 156. Okay, so let me put the other way. And is that a close-up of that same area?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the projectile visible in this photograph?
Say again?
Is the projectile visible in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am. If you would go ahead and turn the photograph where the bullet hole's up at the top of the page.
The bullet hole up here,
Yeah.
which, okay. And where's the,
It's going to be in the center lower third of the photograph right there.
is this, and am I pointing to it on the photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do when you found the projectile?
I notified all the other detectives. It was, the projectile was collected at that time, and the vehicle was hooked up to a record, flatbed record, and towed to our office down on Falkenberg.
All right, so let's go a little bit step by step. The projectile was collected and taken into evidence with you?
Yes, it was.
Evidence by you. It's already been established that the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office has a specific identifying number for each investigation. And what steps did you take to take this projectile into evidence?
Using gloved hands, I basically picked it up, put it into a small envelope, documented where that projectile came from. It, in fact, then went to a larger envelope that was sealed with evidence tape, had my name, my badge number, case number on it, and the day it was collected, it was sent or turned over to our evidence room for safekeeping.
Let me show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 163C and ask you if you recognize that. While you're looking, Mr. Setman, in preparation for this trial, did you have an opportunity to look at these items of evidence earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you recognize the item that is located in State's Exhibit 163A?
163C.
I mean 163C.
I recognize them, but these are not the ones that came from the wheel well.
That's because I started at the... I'm sorry. I handed you the wrong envelope, so... Hold on to that for a second. So let's start all over again. You took the projectile that you found in the wheel well into evidence.
Yes, I did.
Now let me show you State's Exhibit 156A for identification and ask you if you can recognize that. I apologize, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, ma'am. I recognize it.
Okay. And is that the projectile that you recovered from the wheel well?
If I can get a pair of scissors.
No, just from the
From the
markings,
packaging?
From the
Okay.
packaging and the markings?
Yes, it is.
Judge, the state will move 156A in evidence.
Anything other than previously discussed?
No.
Okay.
Now, the outside envelope does not have your markings, correct?
Correct.
And the inside envelope is the one that shows your identifying information and your markings.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when this evidence is taken in by you, is it taken to the evidence room?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it stored in a secure location?
Yes, ma'am.
And in order to have access to it, is there a tracking whenever somebody obtains one of these pieces of evidence?
Yes, ma'am. The detective would have to fill out a form, his supervisor would sign it, and then he would take it over to the evidence room and throw the evidence out.
Was this a smaller envelope that you started testifying to earlier before I handed you the wrong envelope, where you put the projectile?
Yes, that's the envelope the projectile went into.
And does it have your markings on it?
Underneath some of that tape, I'm sure it does.
And does it have the marking, are you familiar with the markings of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
A little bit.
And are those markings the ones that you see on State's Exhibit 156A?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me leave it here before I... Okay. So you already told us that the decision was made to take the partial ban back to your office at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it the custom of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office that to call a wrecker in order to transport items as large as this?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it the custom of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office to have a deputy follow that item of evidence to the office of not the State Attorney's Office, to the office of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am. This is done to maintain the chain of custody.
And once it is taken to your office, do you remember where it was at that time?
We're located at 2416 North Falkenberg Road, our offices. And we have a 4-car garage that we stored it in.
Okay. And is that area secure?
Yes, it is.
And obviously, I'm not going to say that it's is that a controlled area?
Yes, it is.
And you said it has 4 bays?
Yes, ma'am, we have 4 bays.
And did you in fact go back to your office at Falkenberg Road in order to continue examining this evidence?
Not at that time. We processed the vehicle the following day.
And when you processed the vehicle the next day, did you, as you did before, walk around the vehicle to ensure that it was in the same condition as it was when you had last seen it at the property?
Yes, we photographed the exterior and then started to remove some of the projectiles.
And was the exterior in the same condition as it had been before that got transported?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you mean when you say that you started processing the van?
We photographed the vehicle, then we went ahead and started cutting out pieces of the door, the body, and that to retrieve any projectiles.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 157, 158, 159, and 159B, and ask you if you can identify them. Do you recognize those?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And do they adequately and fairly depict the portions of the van as they're shown in this photograph and as they were photographed by you on November the 29th when you were searching the partial van?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, the state will move in evidence 159, 159D, 158, and 157.
Any objection other than previously discussed?
No, Your Honor.
They will be admitted at this time.
Thank you, sir. And what was the purpose of dismantling the van?
And we retrieved projectiles from it.
.157 is showing you what?
That's showing the exterior of the driver's door.
And 158?
That is showing the interior of the driver's door.
And in order to recover what might have been lodged between these two pieces of the van, was this red portion removed?
Yes, the panel was removed.
And did you in fact recover any projectiles from that area?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 59 and ask you if you can tell us what this is.
It's the interior of the door with the panel removed. You see at least one projectile, maybe a few pieces of the projectile.
And is this the area where the projectile and the pieces of the projectile were located?
Yes, ma'am.
And once you removed them, did you take a close-up photograph of the projectile and the fragments in order to better view what it was that you had recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
And showing you State's Exhibit 159B, what is it that we're seeing?
We're seeing at least one projectile, 5 pieces of projectile, and in the middle on the bottom row is some unknown type of metal.
Okay, let me show you what has been marked for identification as it's Exhibit 159A. Although the outside envelope does not, does the outside envelope reflect your markings? Does the outside envelope reflect your markings?
The outside envelope is from the Florida Department, and actually it's from
The repackaging?
Detective Tom Pettis, but the inside envelope is the one I created.
And does that tell you where it was that you recovered the items and the items that you recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you follow the same process on these, on the projectiles and the fragments as you did with the prior projectile that you put it in a smaller envelope
Yes, ma'am.
with your markings?
Yes, ma'am.
And they are individually and separately contained?
Somewhat. 5 pieces of projectile in one envelope, projectiles in a separate envelope, and the unknown type of metals in the third envelope.
And are they in the same condition other than perhaps FDLE's marking as they were when you first collected them in November the 29th, 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me show you what has been marked for identifications. Stakes Exhibit 160, 161, 161A, and 162A. You recognize what is portrayed in the State's Exhibit 160, 161, 161A, and 162A?
Yes, I did.
And are these photographs of the next section of the plan that you examined?
3 of them are from the passenger's door, one of them's from the cargo area at the rear of the van.
Judge, statements 160, 161, 161A, and 162A in evidence?
Is there any objection other than previously discussed?
Nothing other than what we previously discussed.
They'll be admitted at this time.
Okay, what area of the van are we seeing in 160?
That is the anterior side of the passenger's door.
And did you do the same thing with this door as you had done with the other pieces of the van and removed this red lining?
Yes, ma'am.
And once you removed the red lining, did you uncover or did you recover any casings from that area?
It would not have been casings, it was one projectile.
Projectiles or from that area?
Yes, ma'am.
161, what are we seeing there?
That's going to be a projectile, if I'm not mistaken.
It's going to be what?
A projectile.
And is that this same area with the red lining removed?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this the projectile that you located on that door?
It was inside the door. We couldn't get a camera down into it, so we pulled out and photographed it.
And do we have a closer photograph of that same projectile?
Yes,
Or I
ma'am.
call it a casing again. And is that the projectile that was recovered from that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you 161B marked for evidence and ask you to examine it. And once again, the outside envelope does not have your markings. Do you recognize the item that is contained within State's Exhibit 161B?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the projectile that you recovered from the passenger front door, as we've seen photographed in 161A and 161?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it in the same condition as it was when you first recovered it?
I could not tell you that. It's in the sealed envelope. The envelope is, other than the fact FLE had their own tape and inventory numbers on it.
And other than the FDLE's markings, is it in substantially the same condition, the envelope, as it was when you first put it in evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the State will move State's Exhibit 161 be in evidence.
Other than previously discussed, any objections?
No.
It'll be admitted.
And did you continue searching the van for additional projectiles?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me show you 162 and 162A. Do you recognize what's being portrayed in those two photographs?
Yes, it's the rear cargo area of the vehicle, and we photographed projectiles.
And they appear as they did when you photographed them back at your shop?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the State will move 162 and 162A in evidence.
Other than previously discussed, any objections?
No.
It will be admitted this time.
What is it that we're seeing in 162?
That's going to be the rear cargo area where the wheel well is.
The same wheel well, yes, I can speak English. The same wheel well where you had originally recovered the projectile? The same type of...
Yes, I'm trying to think about flipping it over, but I believe it is.
Okay. And did you remove the lining as you had with the other items that we have seen?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you in fact recover any projectiles?
Yes, ma'am.
162A? What is it that we're seeing there?
It was 2 projectiles recovered from that cargo or cubby area and 1 piece of projectile.
Do you recognize what's in the state's exhibit? 162B as the pieces of projectiles that you recovered from the passenger side cargo area.
Yes, ma'am.
And just like with the others, when you took them into evidence, you put them in the smaller envelope
Yes, ma'am.
with your markings on it.
Yes, ma'am.
And other than FBLE's markings on it, they're in the same condition.
Yes, ma'am.
This time, the state removed 162B in evidence.
Other than previously discussed, any objections?
No.
They will be admitted, or it will be admitted.
Did you continue searching the van for additional projectiles?
Yes, ma'am.
It'll help if I show them to you first. Let me show you 163, 163A, and 163B, and ask you if you recognize what's in those photographs.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And do those photographs depict another area of the van and the projectiles that you recovered from that same vehicle on November 29?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time statement 163, 163A, and B in evidence? None other than previously raised.
They will be admitted at this time.
163 is showing us what part of the van?
It's the interior of the sliding glass, the sliding door of the vehicle.
And once again, we're seeing the red lining with some indentations and holes on them.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you remove this lining as you had with the other pieces of evidence? I mean, of the other pieces of the van?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you in fact recover any projectiles or fragments from that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 163A. What are we seeing now?
That's the sliding door from the van with the plastic cover removed. You see one of the projectiles that were recovered over on top of the door.
And did you, and there's one projectile is readily visible on those exhibits.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you recover more than one projectile or fragment from that area?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you recover from that area of the sliding door?
I believe it was one piece of fragment, and possibly I believe it was 4 projectiles.
Okay, let me show you State's Exhibit 163B. Is that a photograph of the projectiles and fragments once you remove them?
Yes, let me make a correction. It's going to be 5 projectiles and 2 pieces of projectile.
Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and
Yes,
these
ma'am.
2 are the pieces? Okay, now I really get to show you 163C. That you've previously seen this one, right?
Yes,
This is the
ma'am.
one where I showed you originally?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were your markings on the inside envelope?
Yes, ma'am.
And were the projectiles and fragments inside this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am. They were in sealed envelopes.
And just as the other ones, you put them in individual envelopes with your markings, and other than FDLE's markings, they appear to be in the same condition.
With the exception of the 2 pieces, those went to one envelope.
Okay. Oh, but all of them appear to be in the same condition.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, the state will move 163C in evidence.
Any objection?
Not other than previous cases.
They will be admitted.
Now, did you recover any other fragments from the van?
Yes, once the van was picked up by the wrecker, we discovered another projectile that was up underneath the van that would have been on the floor of the van, driver's side.
And when you say that once the van was picked up by the wreckers, that when they were taking it away?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 164. And do you recognize States 164 as the projectile that you recovered once the van was uprighted and picked up by the record?
Yes, ma'am.
And once again, when you took it into evidence, you put it in the smaller envelope with your markings on it?
Yes, ma'am.
And other than your and FDLE's markings, the envelopes are substantially in the same condition?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time State will move State's Exhibit 164 in evidence.
Any other objections?
None other than previous arrest.
All right, it will be admitted.
May I have a moment, Judge?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Sackman. The State will pass the witness.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Let me see if I can find the photos really quick. Photos from the van at the Keetley residence? When you were on the property on the 28th, there were many law enforcement officers there, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to use Defense Exhibit number 9 just because it's bigger. Mr. Sackman, if you could step down, please. When you came out here on the 28th, do you recall that getting from Bonita Drive over to where the gate is at the Keetley home, there are either one or two other gates you go through first, or were they already open?
They would have been already open. There were already people at the scene when I got there.
Right, so law enforcement was already present at this scene,
Yes,
correct? And they were in the process of searching this area, correct?
Not yet.
Not yet. When you got there, you all huddled together and then you decided to what area you were going to search, correct?
We cordoned off what areas we were going to search after the warrant was read.
All right. And did you search primarily this, what I would call to be the southmost part of the area, correct?
Personally, along with other detectives, we started here, worked our way around the house. Once we completed here, we went up here and did another search of this house.
Okay. But the van was over here.
Yes.
Okay, and by over here, we're looking at Defense Exhibit 9 over on the eastern part of the house, correct?
Correct.
In this cluster of trees.
Yes.
Correct? All right. Did you ever go and search here on that day, down on that what would be the southeastern part of the property along this tree line?
Some detectives did. I searched a little bit this way and then went up and then into the trees. Actually,
Okay.
we went up and through here and then down.
All right, so for the record, you just put your finger that you went through the cluster of trees that were seen that would continue along the roadway if it went all the way back?
Correct.
And then you went through here, that, and you went toward the east and searched up here to this other tree line where there's another piece of property, correct? There was a house here,
I
right?
did not go far enough in to see if there was a house.
Okay. And it was you and other detectives, right?
Correct.
Okay. And thank you, sir. You can have a seat. And when you're doing that, what you're looking for is anything you can find, right?
Not me specifically. I was advised, come on over, let's photograph this, let's collect this.
But when I say you, I'm, as some people say, the imperial you, like law enforcement. What law enforcement is doing out there when they're searching is they're trying to find whatever items of evidence they can find, correct?
Correct.
And you're there basically to be of assistance. You're there to, if something's found, you photograph it, you pick it up, you impound it into evidence, you document where it was, and so on and so forth, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you take it over to the police property room and you turn it in.
Yes, ma'am.
And so when you were there, the only projectiles that you found was the one, while you're there, was the one projectile in that wheel well.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And that van where it was seated, I wish I could find the picture and all of this, but that van where it was located on its, basically on its roof, right? What would you call that? The roof?
Yes.
Where it's located, turned upside down. From your experience in looking at it, nobody was firing at that van in that location.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Approach.
So, where that van was situated, I think when it was turned upside down, which side of the van would have been facing the Keetley house?
I believe it would have been the driver's side, no. Passenger side.
The passenger side would have been facing the Keetley house, you think?
I believe so.
Okay, so the passenger side would have been, if you stood at the passenger side of that van and you faced west, the Keetley house would have been right there, right?
Yes, ma'am. If we could produce the photograph, I can tell you exactly.
It's,
Do we need to take a break?
the problem is there's about 400 photos.
Mr. Gonzalez, you're welcome to look through the evidence.
And so what ends up happening is that when you looked at the Keetley house, you didn't see any bullet holes there, right?
I did not inspect the house. It was not brought to my attention.
Okay, if somebody would have said, hey, you want to document bullet holes here, you would have taken a picture of it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so that van was sitting in the area that it was, and you can't tell anybody how long it was seated there, correct?
No, ma'am, I couldn't.
It looked, though, like if it had been there for a long time, correct?
Yes, ma'am, due to the accumulation of leaves and that.
It had an accumulation of leaves. We also saw an accumulation of dirt, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we also, I think you've noted that there were cobwebs, correct?
I don't know if I noted that or not.
And so you look at it, you document where it is, you can't tell how long it's been there, and you take the van over to the police impound station and put it in a secure garage where you're going to do the things you just described to us, correct?
Correct.
And when you're there, you recover the projectiles that you did, right? And the pieces of metal and the fragments.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you recover those items, you yourself aren't able to determine what caliber, which projectiles are, or anything else like that, right?
No, ma'am.
That's something that later on maybe the Florida Department of Law Enforcement will do.
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
You're just there to see what items of evidence you can recover from it and submit those into evidence because that's your job. correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you're picking up these projectiles, whether it was the one that you saw in the wheel well when the van was still on the property upside down, or whether it's the ones that you recovered from when it was in the police garage at the impound lot, you use gloves, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you do that so that if there's anything to preserve of other kinds of evidence on the items you're recovering, maybe somebody's going to be able to do it, correct?
Correct.
Because you don't want to contaminate anything with your own stem cells or any of your biological material, correct?
Correct.
And when you recover these items, you can't tell, just like you can't tell the caliber of the bullet, you can't tell when those bullets were shot, right?
Correct.
You can't correspond them to any holes in the van, right?
Correct.
And you can't tell us how long they were there, right?
No, ma'am, we can't.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please?
Can I have just a moment, Judge, to see if I can fix that?
So that was not the end?
It's my understanding that that's not the end.
Correspond them to any holes in the van, right?
Correct.
And you can't tell us how long.
Judge, could we approach for a moment?
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please?
Yes. Brief discussion with the attorneys. We're going to take a look at the technical issues, and I'm being told that we have another little over an hour video that we're going to play, and then we're going to break for the day. So we're going to do an early afternoon break, try to fix the technical issues, finish. There's 1 minute left in this one, and then play the next one that's a little over an hour, and then break for the day. So please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case, and avoid all reports of the case outside of the courtroom. All rise for the jury. Jury is exited. Everyone may be seated. You know I always say 20, but I think the best we've done in the past 2 weeks was 25 minutes. But I think that's because I really told them not to use the restroom. So we'll see. It's at least 25 minutes, if not 30.
Judge, are there a couple things that I could just put on the record outside the presence of the jury?
Certainly.
We just published Court Exhibit 3.
Okay.
And that
So
was-
that's what it'll be labeled when it's turned over to the
Correct.
clerk.
And then it was stated in this testimony, but we in this trial had not formally introduced States Exhibit 147 and 150. It had been stated by the video that those had been previously introduced.
And were they shown in the video, I
They
think?
were shown, Judge, so we would be asking to introduce those at this time.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Those will be admitted.
And then I don't believe Ms. Carmona did officially ask to introduce into evidence, although they were shown 156, 159A, and 161B. I just don't believe that she formally moved those into evidence.
Is there any objection? Are you moving those in now, though?
Yes, Judge.
Any
No.
objection?
No objection, sir.
Okay, those three will be admitted as well at this time.
And I'm not going to be publishing anything, Judge. She didn't publish everything, but I think it's sufficient.
Okay, that's fine. They're in evidence now. So that means they go back, except for court exhibits. That's why we're eliminating. That's why we're calling them differently, because those will not go back.
May I ask, what was the court exhibit number again?
3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any update on the depot or non-depot?
Judge, yes, I would just like to put a few things on the record. We are going to agree to the deposition. However, we are in no way, the state is not conceding that this is new discovery, that it was not provided. In fact, the position and the representations made by Ms. Hodges, that is our continued position, that this information has been provided. But we are fine with the defense attorney deposing Connie Bell for the limited purpose to go over those courtroom exhibits that we plan to use in this trial.
And anything in that was titled report?
That includes the Axiom report. Those were, we say Axiom report, and it is a report, Judge, but it's not an FDLE report that is generated by Connie Bell or was additional work that was required for her to do.
And is she available then? So when we break after the 1 hour, where you all can take care of that?
Yes, Judge.
And then she'll be ready as a witness tomorrow?
Judge, so we had other witnesses lined up, so I need to figure out and coordinate.
And
but
that's
she
fine.
will, if it's not tomorrow, it may be the next day.
Not a problem.
Okay.
The important thing is she'll be available for them to depose her this afternoon when we break.
Yes.
All right. And I agree with what you said before. Given what Ms. Hodges had said earlier, all of the information was in the mirror download, so no question that the defense had it. It's just some additional things that were done with it, and appreciate you conceding, even though there is no discovery violations or anything like that, them the opportunity to go over whatever that search material, the Axiom report, and any exhibits that are going to be used. Defense disagree with any of that?
No, we didn't raise a Richardson issue.
Okay. All right. Enjoy this break, and we'll pick back up. I think it's doing what it was doing last time, and you all got a new computer and it stopped doing it.
It's working now.
Okay.
I don't know what the issue is.
All right. Well, we probably got at least 20 minutes, so take a break.
also looks like it's a partial bend, it's not an intact bend, correct? And you can't tell when the cuts were made on it either, can you?
Tell what now?
When it was cut, when it
No,
was separated
not at
from
all.
whatever other piece it had with it, correct?
No, correct.
Thank you, sir, I don't have any questions.
Redirect.
Just following up on Ms. Gowdy's questions, just as we could not tell when, how long the bullets had been there or anything else, are you able to tell us the position of the van when the shots were fired into it?
No, I could not.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please be excused by the state.
Looks like it's working.
It's working, Judge. We have downloaded it onto the desktop. If I could just make sure that the next video we download onto the desktop too is just briefly
Yep,
play a
I'm
couple
told they're
minutes.
ready, but go ahead, absolutely.
Jen, bottom right of the video. Thank you. You're welcome.
Carpenter, how long have you been doing that?
They're ready?
Were you living there at 604 Ocean?
Not only are they ready, but I think they're right outside the door.
Oh, I just need to get it at the right spot,
State
Judge.
your phone. And tell us how long they were there.
No, ma'am, I can't.
I think we're ready, Judge.
All right. Defense ready?
Yes, sir.
Let's get the jury.
All rise, jury in the courtroom.
Jury's present and seated. Everyone, seated this time. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, welcome back. We're going to pick up with that last video exactly where it paused. But before we do that, let me ask, was anybody exposed to anything about the case during the break, or did anybody discuss anything about the case during the break? Let the record reflect there are no hands. Again, thank you very much. So I will turn Ms. Johnson to you to finish that first video.
Yes, Your Honor.
Voila. Let me show you what's in evidence as
Yeah, if we could flip it.
State's Exhibit 151. Okay? From looking at this, can you tell now for sure which side of the van would have been facing the Keetley residence?
Yes, it is the passenger side.
The passenger side. And so what we're seeing like front on in this photograph is the driver's side, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And just like with, you can't tell how long this van was there or when it got there or anything else, it also looks like it's a partial van. It's not an intact van, correct?
Correct.
And you can't tell when the cuts were made on it either. Can you?
Tell what now?
When it was cut, when it
No,
was separated
not at
from
all.
whatever other piece it had with it, correct?
No, correct.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
Just following up on Ms. Gowdy's questions, just as you could not tell when, how long the bullets had been there or anything else, are you able to tell us the position of the van when the shots were fired into it?
No, I could not.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused by the state
Yes.
and by the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You may be excused as a witness at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. And I believe you have another recorded testimony you're going to play?
Yes, Judge, for the record, we would be publishing Jose Rodriguez's testimony.
All right, and let me just read in abundance of caution, ladies and gentlemen, the same instruction that prior sworn testimony will be played for you. There may be other lawyers conducting previous hearings or portions of this trial. Please do not be concerned with the type of hearing or age of the case. Instead, focus on the testimony and evidence presented. You may present the testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please state your name and age.
Jose Rodriguez, 30 years old.
Where do you live, sir?
Ruskin.
And do you live at 604 Ocean Mist Court?
Yes.
Is that addressed in Hillsborough County?
Yes.
Are you working?
Yes.
What do you do?
Construction.
What?
Carpenter.
Carpenter? How long have you been doing that?
10 years.
Were you living there at 604 Ocean Mist Court on Wednesday and Thursday, November 24th and 25th of 2010?
Yes.
Were you involved in a relationship with a woman at that time?
Yes.
And who was that?
Ivan Lucas.
And was that the Lucas family residence?
Yes.
And so you were living there with Yvonne and her family?
Yes.
Did you grow up in Ruskin?
Yes.
Go through elementary, middle school, and high school there?
All my life been there.
Were you scheduled to work on Thursday, November 25th, 2010, Thanksgiving?
Yes.
You were supposed to work on Thanksgiving? Okay. On Thanksgiving Day?
Yeah, we go half day.
Okay. On Wednesday night, the night before Thanksgiving of November 24th of 2010, was there a period of time when you were out on the porch with some of your friends?
Yes.
What were you doing out on the
I
porch?
was playing poker.
Were you drinking beer?
Yeah, we drinking.
Were you smoking marijuana?
Yeah.
Were you doing any cocaine?
Yeah.
With who were you hanging out with initially, earlier in the evening on the porch?
Me, Sergio, Walter
Lucas?
Walter Lucas, Gonzalo, Daniel.
Was that the group that ended up being there, or was that?
We were there, then the other ones showed up later.
Okay, who showed up later?
Gonzalo's.
Is that Gonzalo Guevara?
Yeah, yeah, this is his last name. Yeah, Gonzalo something, yeah. Yeah, Gonzalo and Juan, and his cousins, Juan Gutron.
Okay. And what is Sergio's last name?
Gutron.
Did you know their cousin's name that came to the porch later?
No, I didn't know their name. I didn't know them that good. I seen them like 2 times.
Okay. How long had you known Juan and Sergio Gutron?
Like 15 years. Yeah, all my life.
Were you close to them?
Yes.
I want to show you what's in evidence as State's Exhibit number 5. It'll be showing up on the screen to your left. Do you recognize what's shown in that photograph?
Yes.
And is that the residence at 604 Ocean Mist Court?
Yes, it is.
Was there a wooden built-on porch on the front of that led up to the front door?
Yes.
And was the porch lit by a light bulb that was attached to the side of the front of the house?
Yes.
You see the vehicles in this photograph? The white vehicle. Do you know whose vehicle that was?
My mother-in-law.
Miss Lucas's?
Yes.
And this car near the gate pointed towards the house. Whose was that?
Sergio's.
Sergio Viton's?
Yes.
And do you recall this? I'm pointing to the car now that's parallel on the street, parallel to the street, that looks like a grayish color. Do you know whose that was?
One of Sergio's cousins.
Were you on the porch when Juan and his cousins arrived?
Yes.
Did they show up in this gray sedan?
Car.
Yes. Okay. I need to show you a photograph, State's Exhibit 5B, taken later the next morning. Was there some furniture of some sort on the left side of the porch as you're looking at the house?
Yes.
And what kind
There's a little table to play cards on in the chairs.
That's where you were playing cards
Yeah.
and drinking?
Yeah.
For the record, that front of the house looks out or faces Ocean Mist. Is that right?
Yes.
As the evening progressed, did Walter Lucas and Diego Lucas stay outside on the porch, or did they go in?
They went in.
And after they went in and Juan and his cousins came to the house, who was on the porch when the incident occurred?
It was me, Sergio, Juan, Gonzalo, and his cousins, Daniel.
Is Daniel a cousin or is Daniel another
Yeah,
cousin?
Daniel, a friend.
Is that Daniel Beltran?
Yes.
How long have you known Daniel Beltran? About.
Yeah, 15 years, 16 years. Yeah.
And how about Gonzalo Guevara?
Same.
After Juan and his cousins showed up, did you continue to hang out on the front porch and play cards and drink beer?
Yes.
At some point while you were, at some point did you see a vehicle drive by that drew your attention?
Yes.
Where were you when you saw that vehicle?
On the porch, playing cards.
Were you seated or standing?
City.
Were you facing the house or looking towards the road?
Facing towards the road.
And at that point, did that vehicle stop or continue?
I continued, slowing down, and then it continued.
What type of vehicle was that?
Like a minivan.
Well, how would you describe the color of it?
Like greenish, dark, like color green.
Okay. The street itself, was that well lit or was that darkish? Dark.
Darkish, where you could tell the color.
Okay. And as you were sitting on the porch and looking out, showing you State's Exhibit 5, in which direction did the van move? Did it move
the same way as that gray car?
Okay, so from right to left, is that correct? You have to speak for the court.
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, Ocean Mist Court, is that on a big loop or circle?
Yeah, big old circle.
Okay. So, that van drove by, what manner of speed?
5 miles per hour.
Okay. Could you see anybody in it at that time?
No, there's a person driving. We kind of see him, but someone driving, yeah.
Okay. And did it stop at that point?
No, not the first time.
At some point, who else was at the table at that point as you were sitting playing cards? Do you recall?
At the table?
Yes.
Well, it was me, Gonzalo, Sergio, Daniel. We were playing cards.
Okay. And Juan and Juan's cousins, were they on the porch also?
Yeah, they were on the porch, but they were standing right there looking.
Did that van return to the front of the home on 604
Yes.
to this point?
Yes.
About how much time later? Do you have an idea?
3 minutes, 4 minutes.
Did that van stop at this point?
Yes.
Where did it stop? Showing you using this photograph, State's Exhibit 5. Where did it stop in relation to any of the vehicles here?
Right there, right in front of the gray car.
Was it on the
When
street?
you side it past a little bit of the gray car.
Okay, was it facing the same way that the
Yes.
gray car was
Yes.
facing? And was it next to the gray car?
Yes.
Was it in the street?
Yes.
When it stopped, was your attention drawn to it?
Yes, I'm gonna stop, yes.
And what happened? What did you see happen next?
We seen the guy get out the car.
At the moment that you saw him get out of the car, did he get out of the driver's side or the passenger
Drive
side?
side.
Driver's side, okay. Were you able to see him well? Was it a male or female first?
Male.
Were you able to see the male well at the first time you saw him as he got out, given the street was dark?
No.
Where did the male that got out of the van go to?
Go straight to the porch.
Showing you State's Exhibit 5A. Did the man have to walk past the blue sedan that's pointed at the house?
Yeah, he walked right beside it.
Which side?
The driver's side.
Okay. And where did he go once he passed the front of that vehicle?
Walking to the steps.
Did he go directly to the steps? Was that light that's shown on the porch that I'm pointing to, was that on that night?
Yes.
At what point were you able to make out or see any clothing or anything about him?
As soon as he was passing Sergio's car.
And Sergio's car is the blue one?
Yes.
And when you say passing, do you mean fully past it?
Yeah, walking right next to it, yeah.
Okay, and what do you recall seeing at that time?
The shirt says sheriff, and we thought it was a sheriff.
What color was the shirt?
Black.
Was
White letters, sheriff.
Okay, were they small letters or large?
They were large letters.
Could you tell the race of the man?
Dark, yeah.
What was the race?
White.
If you would, we have to have you talk louder so the far back can hear you, okay?
Okay.
All right, that's better.
Okay.
At some point, did you see, as he's walking up, did you see anything in either one or the other of his hands?
Yeah, he had a gun.
Had
a gun.
In which hand?
The right side.
And what happened?
After he asked for a creeper, and we said he's not here, we don't know him.
How close to the porch did he come?
All the way to the first step.
Do you mean first step being?
Off the porch, the top of it.
All right, let me, just for clarification, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 5B. Do you consider the first step the very first one you would step up to, or the first step being the step right below the porch?
Right below the porch.
Okay. So, did you observe the man walk up to that step right below the porch?
Yes.
At that point, could you see his face?
Yes.
When did he start? Where was he when he first said something to you and the others on the porch?
Walking up the steps.
And he said what again?
Where's Creeper?
At that point, did you know a person named Creeper?
Yes, we know Creeper.
Who was that?
A friend of ours.
What was his name?
Omar Belon.
And where did Omar Bailan live in relation to that home at 604?
Just around the loop.
Okay. On the Ocean Mist Porch?
Yes.
As how long would it have taken you to walk from 604 Ocean Mist Court to where Omar Bayan lived, on foot, just at a normal pace?
Not even a minute.
Okay, that close?
Yeah.
All right. Was Omar Bayan on the porch that night?
No.
So what did you and others respond to him when he said, "Where's Creeper?"
We don't know him. He's not here.
Okay. And what did the man do?
He started asking for IDs.
And what did you do?
We didn't have no IDs until Juan said, mine's in the car, and he's all, no, I'll stay right there. He said, let me go get my ID. He said, no, stay right there.
Who said stay right there?
The man.
Okay. And the man, what was he doing with the gun?
He just had it in his hand.
What? And how was he holding it?
Right there.
At the side?
Yeah, the side.
Do you recall how, as he walked up, was how would you describe his pace, meaning the speed of how he was walking?
Not fast.
Not fast?
Not fast.
Do you recall anything else about what he was wearing, either his pants or his shoes or feet, anything on his feet?
Yeah, he had those big black boots, the shoes, hot shoes.
Okay, how about, was he
the
wearing?
pants.
Long or short?
No, long.
Do you recall anything about the color?
Like the greenish.
Was it straight green or
Straight.
Straight green, okay. At that moment, as the man is at the top of the step with a gun and asking for Creeper, did you believe him to be a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
So did you comply with his instructions?
Yes.
At that point, did you stay seated or did you move anywhere else?
I was still seated.
And what happened next?
After Juan said if he could get his ID off his car, he said no, and then that's when he said, now you just get over there, and he said everybody lay down.
Okay. What did you do?
We lay down.
Did everybody?
Yes.
Facing which way?
It's in the house.
As you were facing the house, what happened next?
Then he started shooting.
Were you able to see what he was doing at that point?
No, we were facing the house.
At any point did you look back towards him?
After I heard the second shot.
And what did you see?
Him shooting. I'm holding the gun and started shooting. When I heard the second shot, I turned around and I see him holding the gun and started shooting.
Did he fire one or more than one shot?
More than one shot.
Did you see anybody get struck by the shots?
Yes, I did.
Who did you see get shot?
Juan first. It was Juan and then...
Which Juan? Detroit?
Yeah, Juan Richard.
And then what happened?
And then Sergio. We were all on the line like that, so we started shooting from this way, that way, to the right, to left.
As you're looking at the house?
Yes.
All right. Did you see anybody get shot in the head?
Huh?
Did you
No.
see? Okay. Did you get shot?
No, I didn't.
Did Gonzalo Guevara get shot?
Yes.
What happened to Gonzalo Guevara once he got shot?
He got shot, and then it was my turn. Then I think Gonzalo got to my side, so he got shot the next time. I was gonna get shot, but he took that shot.
And did he fall on you?
Yes.
Gonzalo?
Yes.
And what happened next?
After that, the gun jammed, he ran out of bullets, and then he just took off.
Well, did you see him doing anything with the gun?
Yeah, he clocked it, and he realized it was jammed, and he didn't have no bullets on him, and then he just turned around and took off.
Describe the gun that he had the best you can. How long would you estimate that is?
2 feet, another 3 feet, like 30 inches.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what sounds did you hear?
Loud sounds.
Were those the gunshots?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever hear the gun rack?
Yeah.
Kind of sound?
Yeah.
All right. How tall was that man?
My size, 6 feet. 6 feet.
And how much did you weigh then?
I weighed 180, 190.
And was the man how was the man's build? What did he look like?
Same as me. Yeah.
Do you recall anything about his hair?
Yeah.
What do you recall?
Like dirty brownish. Very dirty. Yeah.
And how about the length?
The length? Short, not that long.
Okay, short like
puffy, yeah, puffy, yeah, short.
Puffy?
Yeah.
Okay. Short like mine, or
not more than.
More than. Okay. But did he? So let me follow this. Did he have a full head?
Yeah.
Did it go down his back?
No.
At some point after the shooting stopped, did you see what the man did?
I turned around and walked away.
And did he go down the stairs?
Yes.
And where did he go to?
To the van.
And did the van drive off?
Yes.
Again, showing you the photograph, State's Exhibit 5B. Did he walk down the stairs, the wooden stairs in the middle of this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And did he, at any point, did you see him on the ground or the dirt or sand as we're looking at this residence, a porch, on the right side of the stairs? Did you see him on the left side of the stairs at all?
No.
Did he walk down the stairs and go immediately out of the porch to the porch?
Yes.
And did he walk along the blue car to his van?
Yes.
How many men were shooting a gun that night?
How many men? Just one.
How many guns did you see being shot?
One.
Did the sheriff's office come to the scene?
Yes, later.
And were some of your friends taken to the hospital?
Yes.
Was Sergio dead on the porch?
Yes.
Did you talk to sheriff's office investigators?
Yes.
Were you asked whether you knew who Creeper was?
Yes.
Did you tell them the truth?
No.
What'd
I told him no.
Why did you tell them that?
I was scared. I didn't.
Did you, or do you see the individual who shot you, or shot the others, on the morning of November 25th of 2010 in court today?
Yes.
Your Honor, the same objection.
All right, nothing different then?
No.
Same rule. So,
And if you see him, identify where that person is and what he's wearing.
Sitting down in a gray shirt.
Okay. At council table,
Yes.
please let the record reflect he has identified Mr. Keetley. Record reflect. Now, later that day, did you meet with a detective who showed you a series of photographs?
Yes.
And were you able to identify anybody from those photographs?
No.
Did you have a friend by the name of Juan Hernandez Gonzalez?
Yes.
And was he there at the time of the shooting?
No.
At some point the next day, did Juan Hernandez Gonzalez show you something on his phone?
Yes.
And what did he show you on the phone?
Picture.
Was there any text or writing attached to the picture he showed you?
No.
What did Juan Hernandez Gonzalez say to you?
He showed me the picture.
I'm sorry?
He showed me the picture.
Did he tell you who it was?
No.
What did you do or say when you saw that?
There's a guy.
Did you say it that calmly?
Huh?
Did you say it that calmly?
No.
At some point then, after that, did you meet with Detective Lugo and tell him about your identification from the photograph on the phone?
No.
Okay. At some point that day or the next day, did you know?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see just one picture or more than one
No,
picture?
just one picture.
Do you know an individual by the name of Wesley Smith?
Yes.
Is that what race is Wesley Smith? Sorry?
White.
And how long had you known him?
Well, not actually know him, but I met him like one time, 2 times.
Did he live near Ocean Mist?
Yes, he lived in Domino.
And where's Domino in relation to
Behind Ocean Mist, the other side.
the street behind?
Yes.
And you recall, well, let me ask you this. Did you know Wesley Smith at that point well enough to know him when you saw him?
Yes.
Was it Wesley Smith who walked up to the porch and shot your friends?
No.
Wesley Smith, what was his hair like at the time?
Long hair.
It just went up his back?
Black hair. Yes.
At some point, did you learn that Juan Gonzalez had died, Juan Guitron had died at Tampa General Hospital?
Yes.
Did you also learn that Gonzalo Rivera was in the hospital at St. Joseph's Hospital?
Yes.
Did you ever try to go visit him?
Yeah, one time I couldn't see him.
You tried, I'm sorry?
Yeah, I went like 2 days later and I couldn't see him.
Okay. You weren't able to actually visit?
Yeah.
So did you ever show Gonzalo Guevara the picture on the phone?
No.
May I have a moment, please?
Yes.
That morning of Thanksgiving, did you give a statement to Detective Lugo?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further. Cross-examination.
So, Mr. Rodriguez, let's talk a little bit about 5A, just so that we make sure that everything's really clear, okay? When we look at this photograph, like you told the state, this is the front of 604 Ocean West Court, correct?
Yes.
And you had lived there for a while at that time, right?
Yes.
And you had lived there with the Lucas family because your wife or your longtime partner is Michelle Lucas, correct?
No, Yvonne Lucas.
Yvonne Lucas, all right. And at that time, the whole Lucas family was living in that house,
Yes.
right? So there would be probably somewhere between 9 or 10 people that lived at 604 Ocean West at that time, correct?
Yes.
And this is a dark street at night, correct? In fact, it's very, very dark. It's much darker than what's shown in the photo because the police have lights up to light up the area,
Yes.
correct? And so it had been you and Diego Lucas who were originally sitting on the porch.
Walter Lucas.
And Walter too?
No, not Diego.
Not Diego?
Not Diego. It's Walter.
Okay. I'm talking about when the evening began.
Yeah.
Long before anybody else got
Walter.
there.
Walter.
Was you and Walter. And you and Walter had an 18-pack of Corona long necks with you, correct?
Yes.
And at some point after you've been sitting on the porch for a while, Sergio Dutron, Gonzalo Guevara, and Walter show up. They got together, and they show up,
Yeah.
correct? Had Walter left with Sergio
Yes.
to go get Gonzalo?
Yes.
Okay. So at some point, does Sergio Dutron come by, and then Walter goes with him to go get Gonzalo Guevara and bring him over?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so when they leave and they come, before they come back, it's you and who on that porch?
Me, Daniel.
Would it just be the two of you at the porch at that time? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And when Daniel gets there, he comes with his own beer, one of those big bottles of beer, correct?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, the big, yeah.
What do they call those beers?
The familiar. I think it's familiar.
I know, but is there like a certain amount of ounces or whatever? There are those.
Is there
big-
24 ounces?
24 ounces? Okay. And so Walter and Sergio leave. They go get Gonzalo. And when they come back, they've got another 18-pack of beer, correct?
Yes.
And they've also got some blunts, correct?
Yes.
And blunts are, and correct me if I'm wrong, blunts are those little, like, kind of cigar,
The little cigarillos.
cigarillo?
Cigarillos.
Okay. And they're about, describe them, about the size.
Yeah,
What would you say that is, 4 or 6 inches?
yeah, like 5 inches.
5 inches? And are they fatter?
No. Oh, it's fatter than what? The joints.
No, or joints, or are they fatter than a regular cigarette?
Yes, the fatter.
So are they in between a joint or a cigarette and a cigar?
Yes.
In size, in
Yes,
like
yes.
how fat they are?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, when they get back with the blunts and the other 18-pack of beer, you had probably drank already 5 or 6 beers,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah.
Is that true?
Yes.
Had you smoked any marijuana yet?
I think I had, yeah.
You think you had smoked some marijuana?
Because I don't smoke a lot. I take a couple of puffs here and there out of the blunt, like 2-3 hits, and I don't smoke a lot.
Okay, so I've got to slow you down a little to make sure. I'm not here trying to harass you, okay? So I think what I just understood you saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you had smoked some marijuana, but you hadn't smoked the whole...
No. Yes, I never smoked it.
The whole blunt by yourself. You had taken like 2 or 3 hits.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me just ask you, just wait till she finishes, because the court reporter's taking down, she can't take down both of you.
I'm sorry.
Just wait, that's all right, no need to apologize.
Yeah, it happens all the time. I'll try to remind you, okay? Had you smoked that with Daniel while Walter, Sergio, had gone to pick up Gonzalo?
Yes.
Had Daniel been the one that showed up with the marijuana to the party?
Yes.
Okay. And so Sergio, Walter, and Gonzalo come back, and when they come back, does there come a time when Daniel and Sergio go to Sergio's car and take out some of the tobacco out of the blunts and put marijuana in them?
Yeah, no, we do the porch.
Excuse
We
me?
did it in the porch.
You did on the porch? Okay. And while all of this is happening, you're sitting over here where I'm pointing on the, as we're looking at the photograph on the left side of the porch, correct?
Yes.
And for really up until this shooter gets there, all of you really, that's where you're all located.
Yes.
And you're either sitting around the table, talking, drinking, smoking pot, playing poker, correct?
Yes.
So, would you agree, or do you know whether or not Sergio, Walter, and Gonzalo come back at probably somewhere between, what, about 11? 11 o'clock at night? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And when they come, they join you also on that left side of the porch, right?
Yes.
And they're drinking too,
Yes.
correct? And more marijuana smoked.
Yes.
Do you recall whether a total of, now once they get back, once Sergio, Walter, and Gonzalo get back, do you recall whether like another 2 or 3 blunts were passed around?
Yeah, not at that moment, we smoked like 3, 4 blunts.
Yeah, between 11 and when the shooting
Yes.
happens, correct? Okay. And at some point in time, when you all are sitting there, you're drinking, now Sergio's back with Walter and Gonzalo, and it's you, and it's Daniel, and you're playing cards, and you're laughing and having a good time, that Gonzalo, Sergio, and Walter leave again to go buy cocaine.
Yes.
And you don't know where they bought the cocaine from, do you?
No.
And you don't know who they bought that cocaine
No.
from, correct?
Yes.
And so they leave, and is it you and Daniel still now the only two that remain on the porch? Is that a
Yes.
yes? Okay. Any idea why the 3 of them left together to go buy this cocaine?
No, they were riding together.
They just were riding
Yeah,
together.
Sergio and Walter all riding together.
Sergio and what?
And Walter.
Always ride together?
Yeah.
Okay. And Sergio's car is this blue car?
Yes.
The Charger, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they leave in the Charger and they go somewhere to buy cocaine.
Yes.
Correct? And they're probably gone for 20, 30 minutes?
30 minutes.
Would you agree?
Yes.
So at this point, what time is it? 1 o'clock?
Yeah, 12:30, 12.
12:30, 1 o'clock? I know you weren't sitting there
Yeah,
waiting a
yeah.
lot. You weren't expecting any of this to happen, right? But it's, your best guess is it's somewhere between 12:30 in the morning and 1 o'clock in the morning.
12 o'clock,
Correct?
yes.
Okay. And when they come back with the cocaine, correct?
Yes.
And they come back with more beer, right?
Yes.
And it's either a 12 or 18 pack of the Corona long necks that you all have been drinking all night.
3 18 packs over there.
3 18
3
packs?
18 packs.
Okay. And you do some cocaine, right?
Yes.
You do probably 2 or 3 bumps of cocaine,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
And let's talk a little bit about what a bump of cocaine is. A bump of cocaine is, in this instance, you all use the key.
Yes.
You would scoop up some of the cocaine and you would put it in each nostril and snort.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And so by this time now, you drank probably what, 10 to 12 beers?
Yeah, around 8 beers, 10 beers, yes.
Okay. You know, participated in smoking 3 or 4 blunts, right?
Yeah, I'd say that.
Of marijuana, and you had done 3 to 4 bumps of cocaine,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay. And so somewhere between 1:30 and 2, Juan Keetley and his 2 cousins,
Sure, yes.
correct? And Juan is Sergio's brother, right?
Yes.
Okay. They hadn't been there earlier for the marijuana or
No.
the cocaine, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And they, at the time you were smoking the marijuana throughout the evening, was it you, Daniel, Jose Rodriguez? We keep forgetting about him. It's you.
Yes.
You, Daniel, I'm sorry. You, Daniel, Sergio, and Gonzalo. I think I've hit everybody that were smoking the marijuana.
Yeah, Gonzalo don't smoke.
Gonzalo did it. So it was you, Daniel, Sergio, that's it, that was smoking the
blunts.
3 to 4 blunts, correct? And then the cocaine was being done by all of you.
Yes.
And the drinking was being done by all of you,
Yes.
correct? Okay. So when Juan and the 2 cousins get there, after they're there for a few minutes, they're trying to convince some of you to come back to the party they had come from, correct?
Yes.
And they show up, when they come to your house, they've got a 6-pack, right? Do you recall
Yes.
that? A 6-pack of beer.
I don't recall that. I don't remember where they brought the beer.
They brought beer?
They don't. I remember.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay, so they may have,
Yeah,
they may not have.
yes.
And so, when you're sitting now on this, still on this left side of the porch, I think you told the jury that your back is to the window.
To the window, yes.
Right? And so what you're facing is the street area, which is kind of where this gray car is parked, right?
Yes.
And this gray car is the car that Juan and his 2 cousins came in, right?
Yes.
Did you know his 2 cousins well or no?
No.
All right. And you see this van come by, right?
Yes.
Now it's dark, like we discussed. It doesn't look like this picture as far as lighting, correct?
Yes.
And while you can see around the porch, it's hard to see really past the porch, right?
Yes.
Because it's all, you know, there's no street lights, correct?
Yes.
And so the van is, when it comes back, do you recall that it comes back fast?
No.
Do you remember, are you saying it didn't come back fast?
Yeah, it was not fast.
It was not fast when it comes back and parks?
Yeah.
Do you remember speaking to law enforcement? I know you spoke to them several times that morning, okay? But do you remember speaking to 2 detectives over at the District 4 office?
Yes.
And do you recall, give me 1 second. Do you recall being asked this question? Well, let me get, I need to find where this is. And I'll move on for a second. So the band comes up, it's playing loud rap music, right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you don't think anything of it because friends would come by and they would stop in at your house, correct? So it's not like when the van comes up, any of you are sitting there going, you know, because this is commonplace that people may pull up, come out, and come and join the party, come and hang out with you guys, correct?
Yes.
And so this man shows up really out of nowhere, correct?
Yes.
And he's got this gun, right?
Yes.
And it's like a short-barreled shotgun, right?
Yes.
Or a long-barreled shotgun. How is it, short or long? Short. It's definitely a long gun, correct?
Yes.
That's what you see. And that's what you described when the police asked you,
Yes.
correct? And he's got it in one hand, correct?
Yes.
And he's speed walking to the porch. He's
Yes.
speed walking from the van to the porch, correct?
Yes.
And he comes up to that top step, like you told us, right? Right up here. This top step, correct?
Yes.
And when he gets there, he now has the gun in two hands, right?
No, he still had it there when we were asking for the IDs.
Okay, so he still
Yes,
has
yeah.
he still has that
Yeah.
holding the gun with one hand.
Yes.
Okay, and he walks up, and this is all happening fast, right?
Yes.
I mean, we're talking, and it seems slow, but this is happening fast. Van comes up, he gets out, he speed walks to the porch. He's asking about creep, right?
Yes.
Because he's asking about creep.
Creep, yeah.
Right? And so he's asking about creep. He then says the thing about the IDs, and you guys are all sitting there like going, what the heck, right?
Yes.
And this man, you describe him as being about 6'2", right?
6 feet, yeah, 6 feet.
And you describe him as being about 250 to 280 pounds. Do you remember that?
I said 200 pounds.
You recall that when this all happens and the police get there, you speak to several deputies and potentially detectives on the scene, right?
Yes.
And then you're taken over to the District 4 office and you're interviewed by other detectives, again, correct?
Yes.
And that's all this morning, right?
Yes.
Within hours of this horrible event happening, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall telling Detective Woods that this man showed up and he weighed 250 to 260 pounds? If I show you the interview, would you take a look at it? You think that might refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall saying that to Detective Woods then?
I recall.
You would agree with me that your memory back then, and especially right after this happened, would be better than it was any time later on,
Yes.
correct? Is that a yes? And 6 foot to 6'2", 250 to 260 pounds is a lot heavier than somebody that's 6 foot, 6'2", 200 pounds, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And let's go back to the speeding question. Do you recall when you were at District 4, after you speak to Deputy Armstrong, then you speak to Detective Woods, and then you're now at District 4 and you're speaking to Detectives Lugo and Schramm, do you recall telling them that the van came fast?
No.
Okay, if I show you a copy of the transcript of that page 4, that might refresh your recollection? This is an interview that took place on November 25th at 8:15 in the morning. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you see what you said to the detectives
Yes.
then? That the van pulled up fast?
Yes.
And so, when the van pulls up, it's on the other side. We can't see it, but it would be to the next to the driver's side of this gray car that we're seeing that's parked on the street in front of 604 Ocean Mist, correct?
Yes.
So it's even further away and more in the dark than this gray car, correct?
Yes.
And so this man gets out of this fast-moving van that's playing rap music, walks up to this porch, speed walks up to this front step, and is asking these questions, correct? And he's armed with this flat shotgun, right?
Yes.
And he's somewhere between 6 feet and 6 feet 2 and 250 to 260 pounds, right?
Yes.
And he's got dirty blonde hair, right?
Yes.
And big old black glasses, like you described them as geeky glasses, like big, fat, black rimmed glasses on, right?
Yes.
And when you see this person, you don't recognize him from anywhere,
No.
right? He's a stranger to you, right?
Yes.
Never seen him before in your life, correct?
Yes.
And he's asking these questions, and then you all get on the ground, right?
Yes.
As he's walking up, are you the only one that's facing the street? Is everybody else that's on the porch facing the house?
No, me, Sergio was right there by the brown chair. The brown chair? Yeah, it was me and Daniel.
Back here?
Yeah, and Daniel was on this side.
On which side?
Where what is that, like a black sweater or something like that?
Over here?
Yes.
Okay, and where was Gonzalo?
Gonzalo was right there in front, and he was facing the window.
He was where?
Facing the window, he was right there next.
So Gonzalo's facing the house. And do you recall that you don't remember Daniel even being on the porch when this man came?
Yeah.
You had thought Daniel was in the back of the house, right?
He was always on his phone. He was always talking to his wife.
Okay. Because the last thing you remember about seeing Daniel was that Daniel had left and walked this way, and I'm dragging my finger to the left of the house because he was going to go to the bathroom in the backyard, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't see him come back.
No, I didn't see him come back.
So Gonzalo's facing the house, you're facing the street, and Sergio's to your left in the chair you've described, right?
Yes.
And then Juan and the two cousins are standing around right up here where I'm pointing between the first step and the wall of the house, correct?
Yes.
Once again, to the left side of the porch, to the left side of your door, correct?
Yes.
You don't recall that Ramon Galan, one of Juan's cousins, was actually down on this first step when this man came?
No, no.
Okay. In your mind, and what you remember, is that the first one that gets shot is Juan.
Yes.
Now, you never heard Juan arguing or saying to the man, hey, I've got to go get my ID out of the car. You never heard that.
Yeah.
Do you recall when you were talked to by Deputy Armstrong that morning, and then Detective Woods that morning, that you never said you heard that?
No.
Do you remember that?
No.
If I show you these, they're pretty quick reads. Can you look at them?
I'll look at them.
Huh?
I'll look at them. Okay.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to read through those?
Yes.
And you never told either Deputy Armstrong or Detective Woods that Juan had said to the man, hey, I want to go to the car and get my driver's license, correct?
I told Detective Lugo.
You believe you told Detective Lugo?
Yes.
All right, so what we're talking about is when you go down and you talk to them at about 8:25 at D4's. Let me ask you this, Mr. Rodriguez. Did you have an opportunity to review this transcript prior to testifying today? Okay. I'm going to show you and ask you, you can read, if you want, you can start at the top of 15 and go through 18 and take a look and see if this refreshes your recollection as to what you told Detectives Lugo and Tram on November 24th at 8 o'clock in the morning. Did you look through that?
Yes.
When you were interviewed by them, Detective Schramm and Detective Lugo that morning, you didn't tell them that Juan Dutron you had overheard him saying, I want to go to the bar and get the drug license, correct? Is that correct?
Correct.
And so, as quickly as that man comes up, and he's got a t-shirt on, right? A black t-shirt on, correct?
Yes.
Like a pullover kind, right?
Yes.
And he's got this black t-shirt on, and in the big white letters it says Sheriff across it, right?
Yes.
And the minute he comes up, everything like we were talking about is happening really, really fast. This is a matter of seconds, correct?
Yes.
You all, next thing you know, you're all on the ground, right? Face down.
Yes.
With your head towards the house, right?
Yes.
So you're all here, lined up, correct? Literally lined up.
Correct.
On the ground with your heads toward the house, right?
Yes.
And up until that point, up until this man shows up, you notice the gun, he's making these demands, up until that point, you've been focused on your poker game, right?
Yes.
That's why you didn't notice whether Daniel Beltran made his way back to the porch or not, right? You didn't expect anything like this to happen that night, right?
Yes.
And so now you're down and the shooting starts, right?
Right.
And it's loud and it's fast, correct?
Correct.
And this man is holding this shotgun, this black shotgun with two hands, right?
Yes.
He's got one hand on the trigger and the other one on the slide, right?
Yes.
And after each shot, you're hearing the racking sound of the pump of the shotgun. I don't know anything about guns, but you're hearing that slide going back and forth,
yes.
correct? And he never leaves the area of that top step, correct?
Correct.
He stays there the whole time just shooting at all of you as you lay there literally on the ground face down,
yes.
right? And you're scared to death, right?
Yes.
And you're confused, right?
Yes.
Because you didn't expect this to happen, you don't understand why this is happening, right?
Yes.
And it's all happening so fast, correct?
Correct.
And so at some point he begins at the right side of the porch. He stays here, but he begins shooting who's ever on the right side of the porch and is making his way down, correct?
Correct.
To you.
Yes.
And you're right in front of your door, right?
Left side.
Which?
More to the left.
More to the
yes.
left?
Yes.
And next to you is Gonzalo Guevara,
yes.
correct?
Yes.
Can you see who's next to Gonzalo or no?
One of Sergio's cousins.
One of Sergio's cousins?
Yeah.
Okay. But beyond that, you can't really see where anybody is. You just know they're to your right.
Yes.
And so, as he's shooting coming down, he gets to Gonzalo, and you're thinking, I'm next.
Yes.
And Gonzalo falls on top of you, right?
Yes.
And you're waiting for the shot to come. You don't hear anything, you glance, and there's something that you feel like the gun jammed, correct?
Yeah, he ran out of shots.
Or ran out of shots.
Yes.
And this man turns around and runs back to that van, correct?
Yes.
And he turns around, he runs back to that van, and he gets in that van, and he goes in the same, leaves in the same direction as this car
Yes.
is facing, correct?
Yes.
And in that neighborhood, when you leave in that direction, that the gray car is facing and that the van left, how can you get out of there? You know?
To take the whole loop, it's a whole circle. Where there's another street, before you go take the whole circle, there's another street that goes to Castillo.
Okay. So to get out of there, it basically is a kind of almost like, it's not even a circle, it's almost like oval shaped to go around in that neighborhood.
To 7th Street, yes.
To get back to 7th Street.
Yes.
And you have to get back to 7th Street so to go to 41.
Yes.
And it would be fair to say that for the brief seconds that you got to see this man, you were focused on that firearm, correct?
Yes.
You wanted to see where that firearm was pointing, right?
Yes.
And whether it was pointing at you, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to see this man's face for no more than a couple of seconds, correct?
Yes.
The rest of the time you were looking at the sheriff written across his chest, right?
Correct.
Or the gun,
Yes.
correct? And during this time, you never once noticed any injuries to this person's hands.
No.
There was nothing that stuck out to you about this person.
No.
Okay? No recollection, no like, guy looks familiar, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
So, you knew who Creep was,
Yes.
right? And Creep is a nickname for a guy named Omar Balan, right? And Omar Balan lives close to 604 Ishamis, like you've described to us earlier, correct? And Omar Balan was associated with the Ocean Mist gangsters, correct? Mist gangsters.
Gangsters?
Yeah.
Oh.
Are you aware of that? The West Side Gang?
Oh.
He's
Yes.
associated with them, correct?
Yes.
And other people on that porch were as well,
Yes.
correct? And so, one of the reasons why you certainly weren't going to tell this guy that was coming up that, hey, by the way, get out of our yard, Creeper's over there, is because you thought this guy might have a beef with Creep, right? You don't want to push this guy on. Excuse me. Go ahead.
No beef. He was a cop. Why am I going to snitch out my friend to a cop?
Okay. So you don't want to snitch out your friend to a cop.
Yes.
And in fact, that's the same thing that happened when you get interviewed by Detective Schramm and Detective Lupo at 825, and they ask you, hey, you know who Creep is? You say no.
Oh, yes.
Right? Because you weren't going to give up that name.
Yes.
Right? And I'm going to show you two photos. I'm going to show you two photos. One's going to be Defense Exhibit 5. And the other one is going to be 6. Do you recognize that what's shown in those photographs? Is that 604 Ocean Mist?
Yes.
And can you tell by looking at those photographs that those pictures were taken the night of this incident?
Yeah. Yes.
And in those photographs, do you see a building that's next door as you're looking like if you were looking at the street from 604 Ocean Mist, the next door house that would be to the right of you? You see that
Yes.
shown there? Is that game tagging on that house?
That was some little kids that did that.
Okay, but is that game tagging
Yes.
on that house? Your Honor, you can introduce Defense Exhibit 5 and 6 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
5 and 6 will be admitted at this time.
And what we're talking about is the spray painting we see on the side of this house, correct?
Yes.
Now let's talk a little bit about when the police come. So after you talk to the police and after you go to District 4 and after you talk to Lugo and Trim, you return back to the area where 604 Ocean Mist is, correct?
Yes.
And police crime scene is there for quite some time, like gathering evidence, taking pictures, doing those things, right?
Yes.
And there comes a point at around 4 o'clock or 4:30 in the afternoon that some deputies come or a detective comes and they want to show you a series of photographs, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember how many photographs they show you?
15.
Okay.
10.
And they show them to you one at a time,
Yes.
right? And before they show you those photographs, they read you some instructions, right?
Yes.
And so they show you them, you're looking at them basically almost like on top of a car. You're using the car, a car is almost like a table,
Yes.
correct? And you don't identify anybody out of those photographs, right?
Right.
And so the next day, when we get to November 26th, so it would be the Friday after Thanksgiving, at some point in time, your friend Juan Gonzalez comes and shows you that photo, right?
Yes.
But before he showed you that photo, beginning the night of the Thanksgiving and coming into that point, there were rumors going around that Mike, the ice cream truck guy, was the shooter, right?
Yes.
And you had heard those rumors,
Yes.
right? And so that's what was the talk of the neighborhood, the talk of all friends or acquaintances that knew about this horrible shooting, correct?
Right.
Was that Mike, the ice cream truck guy, was the one that did the shooting, right?
Right.
And you were familiar with Mike, the ice cream truck guy, right?
Yes.
You had bought ice cream from Mike at least 8 to 10 times, right?
Yes.
Personally,
Yes.
where you personally were doing it, right?
Yes.
And in addition to you personally buying nachos from him, right?
Yes.
Candy and ice cream for the kids. You also, there were times that you would be sitting on the porch and you would have given the kids money or somebody else was going to that ice cream truck. And you'd see it was always Mike, the ice cream truck guy, right?
Yes.
And he was in a bright purple ice cream truck, correct?
Correct.
Couldn't miss it, right?
Correct.
And you were aware that he had been shot at some time before these shootings, and you'd seen collection jars up with Mike, the ice cream guy's picture, and like telling about what happened to him, and potentially asking for people to contribute some money, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you thought Mike the ice cream guy was a nice guy because he would sometimes give the kids free candy, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
And so you'd heard all this stuff. You knew that's what was going on in the street, and Juan Hernandez comes up to you, shows you a photograph. The photograph's in color, right?
Yes.
And you say that's him. Correct?
Correct.
And then you call Detective Lugo, or somebody calls Detective Lugo, and he comes out and talks to you, right?
Yes.
Then afterwards, within a couple of days, you recall going to the hospital to see Gonzalo, right?
Yes.
And you actually saw Gonzalo in the hospital, didn't you?
Yeah, the first time I went, I couldn't see him. I had to wait a couple of days.
Okay. You went back on Sunday, so probably about 4 days later, and you were able to see him,
Yes.
correct? And he was kind of in and out of it, right?
Yes.
He wasn't completely with it like you and I are today. He was kind of, you could tell, still groggy, still going with the effects of his surgeries and medication and whatever, correct? And you knew when you went out there that even in the waiting room where family and friends were, that people were talking about the fact that Mike the ice cream truck guy is the one who committed these shootings, right?
No, I'm not talking nothing about that there.
No, but you knew that in the waiting room, all the people that were there, they were all talking about the rumor that was all over town. No? They weren't?
No.
Okay. Do you recall Juan Hernandez showing the photo and the text that was going out to Gilma Guevara, Gonzalo's sister?
No, I don't
You weren't there for
that? I wasn't
that?
there.
Do you recall whether Gilma showed Juan that she had received the same text?
I wasn't there for that when they were did on there.
And you knew at that point in time, that Sunday, that, hey, everybody says it's Mike the ice cream truck, and everybody was wondering, why in the world isn't this guy getting arrested, right? Isn't that what everybody was wondering? Why isn't he getting arrested, right?
Yes.
And Detective Lugo had told you when he spoke to you on the 26th, when you told him about being shown this photograph by Juan Hernandez, Detective Lugo told you, hey, listen, I'm going to show these photos to Gonzalo Guevara, right? Is that correct?
I don't remember.
You don't remember him telling you that? Isn't it fair to say that it was only after you heard all of this about Mike the ice cream truck from all these people, and Juan comes and tells you, hey, I'm going to show you this picture of Mike. Is this the guy that was the shooter, that you say that's the shooter?
Yes.
If I could have 1 second.
Absolutely.
I'm going to show you on the screen again the photograph, defense exhibit number 5 sheet that Ms. Galley just showed you. All right? And this, what it said was gang tagging. Is that on the side of this tan colored house on the other side of the fence?
Yes.
Now, is that on the Lucas home?
No.
Okay. Was that home abandoned at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And can you make out what's even said on that?
No. Nothing here. It's a low life.
Now, who, if anybody, was gang affiliated on that porch that time?
Gameplay, no, we were just a group and we just, yeah.
Okay, well,
We just hanged out together. And,
all right. But I mean, were you affiliated with the gang at that time?
No.
Was Jose's Juan Guitron affiliated?
No.
You know anything about his cousins?
No.
Was Gonzalo Guevara gang affiliated at that time?
No.
Or Daniel Beltran, to your knowledge?
No.
So, you heard these rumors. You saw the photograph, and you said to Juan Hernandez what you said.
Yes.
So, please, in your own words, tell this jury why you pointed out Mr. Keetley and identified him in court today.
The person I seen on the porch.
Did you identify him merely because he was the ice cream man?
Huh? No.
Nothing further.
Yes. Am I the man?
No,
So subject to standby, subject to recall?
no, I have no problems with it being excused.
Oh, okay. Then you may step down. You're going to be excused as a witness at this time.
Thank you. Please state your name and age.
As I said, we're not going to start another live witness or play another video now. It's after 4 o'clock. So I'm going to send you home a little bit early. We are still on schedule, so don't be concerned about that. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case, and please avoid any contact with the case in social media, print media, any other type of media out there. As you know, I'll ask you first thing in the morning. We do plan to get started back at 9 a.m., so have a good evening. We'll see you back here tomorrow. All rise for the jury. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. I just want to say for the record and see if you see anything different, but I've been watching seat number 3 and seat number 10 pretty religiously all day, and I haven't seen anything that I thought was concerning. There was one time I thought one of them that looked like his head was down, I thought, but then I realized that I saw his hand writing. So I didn't see anything that I was concerned about. Either side see anything that they were concerned about with either of those or any other jurors today?
Judge, definitely number 3. In fact, I walked over to Mr.
And I remember you all approached on that, and then when we looked...
Even before that. That was the second time. I had initially approached Michelle and asked her to please take a look at and keep an eye on him as I was.
Okay.
And yeah, he was, and I can count probably at least 4 or 5 times that I personally saw him.
But for how long? I mean, are these...
You know, this is what he does. And then he wakes up, and then you'll see him. You know, his head kind of, you know, and then he'll wake up again.
All right.
So that's what I'm seeing. I actually
are you making a motion at this time related to him?
Judge, we would have to talk to him. We would have to talk to the rest of the group. I'll let you know. We'll discuss that. You know my concern.
All right.
My concern is that we only have 3 alternates.
I understand, but I mean, you can't come back later. You know, oh, well, now we have all 3.
Can you give me to tomorrow and I'll let you know?
Absolutely. Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah. And I still think that there is the step, if you make that motion, I want to call him in and talk to him before I rule on it.
Okay.
All right.
As to number 10, I think you brought that up because of the illness report
Right.
that was given to us. We noticed nothing saying in the negative. What did I say in the positive? I heard you say you did not see
Anything concerning.
of concern. We likewise have not seen anything of concern from number 10.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Anything from the state on either of those or any others or anything else?
Judge, Mr. Escobar did alert me to that. I don't know if I saw him as much as Mr. Escobar did, but I did start to look at that time, and I did not make those observations. So.
Okay. Well, and always my bailiffs are watching too, so I mean, before we make any decisions, I'm going to want to talk to I'll have them, speak to us out here. But we'll cross that bridge when and if we come to it. But as I said, before I make any decision, I'm going to call him in and talk to him.
Okay.
All right. Anything else from either side before we break? I know that you might have a deposition that you're going to get to. 30-minute depo.
We have a court reporter at the State Attorney's Office at 4:15.
Excellent. Well, it is 4:10, now. So have a good evening. I will see you tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
All right. You're welcome. Thank you.